There we go. Welcome, chat. How's it going, guys? Alright, so before we get into the game today, I figured we'd do a little bit of Reactslop. So, watch a video, react to it. Specifically, I have been told that to be a real VTuber, you have to react to Shoe-on-Head videos. As a disclaimer, I actually have been following Shoe-on-Head for a long time, and I actually do like her videos. But I figure, why not? So, yeah, let me pull that up, and then we will react to Shoe-on-Head. Because I'm a real VTuber, guys. There we go. Alright, let me pull that up. Alright, so this is her latest video that she put out a couple days ago. I will try and put a link to this, if I can remember, somewhere in chat. It's a very good video. You guys should check it out. But I'm just going to, comment, throw my thoughts as she talks. Who knows? Maybe it'll get kind of spicy, and I'll say something controversial, and then I'll get canceled. And if I get canceled, maybe we can get more people to come watch. All right, so let's get to it. Also, let me know in chat if you guys have any issues with the audio.
Hello again, friends. Sorry I've been gone for quite a bit. Hopefully nothing too crazy happened. I feel like every time I take a break, like, a war breaks out or something, but thankfully that did not happen.
Yeah, isn't that good? No new wars, chat. No new wars, not a single new war. We haven't seen any wars. Nothing's happened. Okay, we're totally fine. No new wars.
But at least we found out the real Epstein files were the friends we made along the way. Welcome back to
Chat, should I go on a rant? Should I go on a rant, chat? Because as we know, the FBI... Okay, you know what? I'm going to do this. It's going to be a tangent, but I'm going to do it. What was it? FBI NSW2U. That's what it was. All right, so this ticked me off. Oh, where's it here? This is the article I looked at earlier. Yeah, so basically the FBI seized a whole bunch of basically piracy websites, mostly on behalf of Nintendo. And the big one is NSW2U. That was a Switch piracy site. And so, they seized the site, so you can't download Switch ROMs anymore. Which, okay, I mean, it's piracy, so it's not like I care that much. But, yeah, so the real problem with this... Oh, yeah, see, they got all these guys. Which, I mean, sucks for that. But it's like, oh, okay, so you can find this, you can seize all that, but you can't find the Epstein files. You can't release the Epstein files like, you were supposed to. Like, they were making all those big promises. But no, we can't get the Epstein files. All we can get are losing websites that offer video games for free. So, that's wonderful.
to the Shoe-on-Head channel. If it is your first time here, run. I am Shoe-on-Head, and on this channel I like to cover cultural issues mostly surrounding men's issues. It's what I've been doing for over a decade, and frankly, I'm exhausted. Many of you...
Yeah, and she does a good job. I know she's a lefty, but I do appreciate her thoughts. It's nice of her to care.
You have been along for the ride, and you have seen me go from a chipper, lively 24-year-old making fun of BuzzFeed and Tumblr feminists to a bitter, calloused 34-year-old talking about very real and growing men's issues. One of the...
She looks almost exactly the same, just her hair is longer.
main men's issues I have been covering in great detail lately has been the male loneliness epidemic. Yeah, but turns out I was wrong. We don't have a male loneliness epidemic. We have a male loser epidemic. It's not a male loneliness epidemic. No, it's a male mediocrity epidemic. It's a male loser epidemic.
The male loser epidemic has gotten so bad that it's honestly so pathetic at this point.
Now, I don't always talk about men's issues. No, sometimes I talk about politics, and sometimes I mix the two together. Now, I know a lot of you don't like politics, you don't care about politics, but politics cares about you, and it will enter your life no matter how hard you try to avoid it. But thankfully, I have the perfect app to help you navigate this difficult, confusing political landscape. So let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor, Ground News.
Sponsor. Well, we can skip that really quick. Yeah, well, not a lot to say here. She's just kind of describing the situation.
Thank you to Ground News for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. Right? Now, let's get back to the video. With all these issues men are facing, they seem to
Yep, we sure didn't skip the ad.
be moving to the right and the Republicans more, since the left and Democrats have essentially just become the young men eat and die movement. Months ago, I covered how the Democratic Party was losing young men, and I predicted Kamala Harris would lose in part because of young men overwhelmingly voting for Trump. And I was correct. Well, now the Democrats have unveiled their final solution to the right-wing male loser epidemic. Democrats spending millions to learn how to speak to American men and win back the working class.
Am I crazy, or is this completely pointless? You don't need to do. You know, let me pull something up. Green. I don't even know if it's a green text. Yeah, here it is. Here you go. It's easy to find. This is literally all you need. All you need to know if you want to talk to men. Literally just that. Just be nice to, men are easy. Just be nice to them. As a man, I can confirm. You can't tell, but behind the monstrous avatar, I am a man. Kind of. But yes, you just have to be nice to us. That is literally all it takes. You know what? I'm going to click on this just so you can see it better. Yeah, there you go. Men are easy. Just be nice to them. And yet, somehow, many women fail this simple task. Sad. It's sad.
Democrats have blown millions of dollars on efforts to appeal to American men who turned to President Donald Trump in droves on Election Day in hopes of winning back the working class. Democrats have spent $20 million on their efforts, with donors and strategists holing up in luxury hotel rooms, brainstorming how to convince working class men to return to the party. Ah yes, nothing.
This is sad. $20 million to learn how to say, "Hi. Will you vote for us? We don't hate you." Sad. So sad.
It's nothing more relatable to working class men than luxury hotel rooms. Great job, guys. The plan? Codename SAM, or Speaking with American Men, a strategic plan, promises to use the funds to study the syntax, language, and content that gains attention and virality in these spaces. The effort also recommends Democrats buy advertisement in video games.
The video games are about to get worse, chat. We thought ads in the NBA slop, the yearly sports slop, were bad. We thought that was bad. Now you're gonna get ads in your FIFA, your NBA, your Madden, whatever you're playing. Now you're gonna be getting ads for the Democrats. It's probably gonna go something like, "Oh, we hate you, but we still want you to vote for us because the Republicans are super racist and sexist. So vote for us or you're a bigot." This is painful.
Among other things. The Democratic Party is treating young men like exotic animals they're studying. Now, as you can see here is the young man in his natural habitat, in a dark, messy cave surrounded by Taco Bell wrappers and empty...
I like how she chose Asmongold, who's like a super rich guy. I mean, yeah, he's pretty normal in some ways, but still. He's a super rich guy who lives like a... who lives in a self-made dump.
Mountain Dew bottles. Here is another young man, as you can see, also dwelling in a...
Oh, no, this is not a normal guy, chat. Do not let anybody ever gaslight you into thinking... She's making a joke, but do not let anyone ever gaslight you into thinking that Destiny is in any way a normal guy. Also, why is this at 480p? Do not let anyone gaslight you into thinking that Destiny is a normal guy. He is not. His wife, he allowed his wife to sleep with other women. Excuse me. He allowed his wife to sleep with other men. Women's a little different. He allowed his wife to sleep with other men. That is not a normal thing. That is not a good thing. And he also has blue hair for some reason. But, you know, yeah, that's fine. You can color your hair whatever you want. But yeah, this is not a normal guy.
A dark cave. This one has dyed his hair blue to scare off potential predators. Unfortunately, it also scares off potential mates. But moving on, here is another young man. We think we're not quite sure about this one. We're still studying it. Listen, Democrat.
No comment. That's just another male VTuber.
Instead of spending $20 million to do that stupid maybe you should, I don't know, actually listen to men. I listen to men for free all the time. All I have to do is read my comment section. Let's see here. Shoe on Head is a perfect example of why we need to repeal the 19th. Greetings from Albania. I hate women so much it's unreal. Ooh, shoe.
Well, those first two comments were based. Mostly.
Ooh, mommy milkies, 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 mommy, mommy, mommy. One time I got my penis stuck in a soda bottle. Okay, on second thought, maybe my comment section is not the best source.
Since Trump scored big with young male voters last election, Democrats are spending $20 million to learn how to speak their language. I think it's a waste of money. Maybe these guys should spend their money on teaching men to not be such sexists. Maybe that's it.
But the stats don't bear that out now today.
Yeah, it's about on par for The View. Don't watch The View, chat. Just don't do it.
Look at what young women have to choose from. The pickings are slim.
I just want you to know that even though people call me right-wing, I'm not really right-wing. I'm more of a libertarian. I hate Fox News. I hate Fox News so much.
Yes, we might have a feminism problem in America, but it's the feminization of men.
Who is raising these men? I'll give you a hint. It's not their dads.
A lot of young women out there that want to get married. They want to have kids. They want to have stable families, but
Okay, first of all, that's... I mean, you can even look up the statistics, and that's not true. It's something like 60-something% of men want to have families, whereas only 50% of women do.
there are a lot of young men out there who want to live in mama's basement and order DoorDash.
Oh no. The very night I was sitting on my couch writing the script to my video about how the Democrats are spending $20 million to relate to young men, this came on my TV on Fox News. A Tommy Lahren and Laura Ingraham segment about stay-at-home sons, men who still live at home. Literally minutes after this aired, it went absolutely viral on Twitter for not good reasons. So we are going to unpack this piece by piece. Because even though everyone was mocking it and making fun of it, as far as I saw, nobody was really dissecting it and breaking down.
So I will say, and I'm guessing Shu just doesn't follow him, but Steven Crowder actually did a really good reaction to that Tommy Loren bit. And we might look at that if I can find it after this video. But yeah, Steven Crowder, he's gotten a lot better recently about that kind of thing. And I mean, it's probably because he went through like a very very messy divorce. His wife was very, treated him very brutally. So it's probably something to do with it. But yeah, we might look that up.
Exactly why she was so egregiously wrong. So come join me in debunking the male loser epidemic. Because who else better equipped to talk about men's issues than two stupid blonde bimbos? Hold on.
He's got a point. I mean, all these people talking about quote unquote men's issues, but then they're all annoying women. No offense to Shu.
1 second. 3 stupid blonde bimbos. Sorry. I felt left out. Alright, let's go. Wait. I need my gamer fuel. See? I do drink it. That one's for you, Tech.
Anyone else remember Gamer Fuel? Like, there was a specific Mountain Dew called Gamer Fuel. Let me see if I can find it. I think I had it like once. Oh, is it still a thing? It's still around? Okay, this thing says it's discontinued. Mountain Dew, Game Fuel. Oh yeah, it's discontinued. Did I have this? I don't know, it's vaguely familiar, but I don't know if this is what I had. Okay, so it looks like there were a bunch of these. Okay, so there were a bunch of versions. Yeah, I'm thinking the like 2005 version is probably the one I had. Oh, 2007. There it is. Yeah, it was one of these. I think it was this one. Was it this one? I don't know. I just remember there was a lot of Halo branding around it. Yeah, it was Game Fuel, Citrus Cherry, returned. Spin-off flavor, Wild Fruit. I think this might be the one that I tried, though. Might be the World of Warcraft one. But I remember seeing it most with the Halo 3 release. Those are special times. We used to get all these big video game releases, and everyone was so excited, and now everything is just slop. There's so few new games coming out to get excited over. Like, don't get me wrong, there are games, but just not as many. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's hop back.
Tectone.
It's a major problem. And you know, Speaker Johnson has been talking about those maybe deadbeat folks that are on Medicaid, and maybe some of those folks are the stay-at-home sons. We don't know. But I'll tell you this, leave it to Gen Z to rebrand laziness and social awkwardness as something cutesy, like a stay-at-home son. But Laura...
Okay, first of all, I really don't think this is a Gen Z thing. You know, you can crap on Gen Z all you want. Those stupid haircuts and that weird lingo, all the Fortnite dances. Oh god. But I am very confident that this is not a Gen Z branding. I'm pretty sure this is a bunch of those. This is just another one of those stupid terms that the news people always come up with for everything. Like, you know, there's all those terms that are related to like work, like quiet quitting and all that. It's always these news people come up with this stuff just to come up with some fake news story. It's just garbage.
Laura, I got to tell you, this is also a big problem when it comes to, I think, declining birth rates, people not getting married and having children. You know, that's a big...
Gee, what would help with that? Maybe women not rejecting literally every guy that's under 6 feet tall? Like, that is literally how, you know, everything works. You know, you want to get a date, it's inappropriate to ask girls out in person. Then you try the dating apps, and they all just basically filter you out unless you're at least 6 feet tall and look like Henry Cavill. So yeah, I really don't think it's the men's fault.
A big problem. They blame it on women. Well, look at what young women have to choose from. The pickings are slim. Yes, we might have a feminism problem in America, but it's the feminization of men. There are a lot of young women out there that want to get married. They want to have kids. They want to have stable families.
Okay.
But
I already reacted to this part, but yeah, no, it's the women who it is the women who are a smaller percentage of people who want families, not the men.
There are a lot of young men out there who want to live in mama's basement and order DoorDash. And that's why we have declining birth rates and a lot of other problems in society. It's time to go out, get a job, breathe the fresh air, meet people in real life. Let's just get back to basics.
So first of all,
Also, Tommy Loren is one of the worst people. Like, she's, they go, oh, conservative, oh, yeah, she's a conservative. Well, if it's so conservative, she is a full-on feminist type who is super, like, pro-abortion. No, you know what? She is pro-abortion, and yet somehow she's still considered a conservative. Which is a little weird to me, seeing as conservatives always say abortion is bad, but then I guess, you know, conservatives, this is why I'm not a conservative, because it's basically, you know, the conservatives are like, oh yeah, we don't like abortion, but it's totally okay if you like abortion, you can kill all the babies you want, just please vote for us. You know, that's all we really care about, is getting into office. So yeah, but you know, let's keep going.
first of all, this stay-at-home son thing is not a real thing. It was a random throwaway, self-deprecating joke some contestant on Jeopardy said. One f***ing guy. Because I guess there's nothing else important going on that they could cover on the news. They literally made this into a fake phenomena so they can on young men. Meanwhile...
Okay, yeah, so I was right. That is literally what it was. Some guy just randomly said it, and then the news hopped on it and made it into some big story.
Democrats are spending millions of dollars trying to win back young men. Oh no, the young men are leaving us in droves. How do we get them back? Don't worry, I got this. Hey, you fat, lazy, Cheeto dust-covered slobs, f*** you. Nice. Thanks. I love you. I love you too. Is the amount of young...
Yeah, that feels like pretty accurate to just about every newsroom. Yeah.
Young men living home with their parents increasing? Yes. Is it because they're lazy bums and just want to order DoorDash all day? No. And also, they're not paying for DoorDash, Tommy. They're financing it.
Okay, there are two things I want to point out here. First of all, I'm just going to talk about this DoorDash thing, the financing. This is one of the worst things to ever happen to the economy, and I personally, I think it started with mortgages. We should never have allowed the idea of having to mortgage something so basic as your own house. You know, it is not, normal isn't the right word, but it is not good that you have to take out a giant loan, spend the bulk of your life paying it off just to buy, you know, a house, just to buy your basic shelter. And, you know, just to buy and own your basic shelter. That is completely insane. And ever since then, it's just been the same thing for everything else. And now we live in a world, you know, we thought the future would have flying cars or jetpacks, Iron Man suits, but nope, all we got are micro mortgages. But yeah, so what was the other thing I was going to say? So it was the thing about guys living, you know, the guys living with their parents, all that. It's like, I don't think most guys really want to live with their parents, especially once they're like, you know, once you're out of college, you don't really want to live with your parents, right? Like when I was a kid, I actually did want to stay with my parents. I was terrified of going to college because, you know, my parents and I were very close. But, you know, once you've been in college, once you're independent, you don't want to be, hey, Sergey, what's up, buddy? But yeah, so like once you're out of college, you don't want to be living at home with your parents. You know, you want your privacy, you want your independence and all that. So the guys that are living at home with their parents are either doing it consciously, one, as a ways to save money, or two, because they literally have no other options. And now I will say that in my case, I don't live with my parents. I have my own place. I don't have a house, just an apartment. But, you know, the fact is, like, I would like to buy a house, although I'd like to move before I do that, because I don't really like where I live. But the thing is, it's just really hard to afford anything. You know, I had a job up until recently, but I was laid off, and what's basically going on is that, you know, a lot of guys are just getting laid off left and right and being replaced by, cheap foreigners on H-1B visas or the like. So it's not like guys aren't trying. 'Cause I know guys are trying, but it is just really tough out there to do anything. And that's not the guy's fault. That is the fault of government policy and these mega corporations trying to replace us with foreigners and other groups, which I'll get to later.
Come on, get with the times.
There are a lot of young men out there who want to live in mama's basement and order DoorDash, and that's why we have declining birth rates. It's time to go out, get a job, breathe the fresh air.
Have either of you tried applying for a job as a young man recently? Or tried buying a house on the salary of one of these young men? Have you experienced the dating
I'm just going to let her cook for a second.
market, been on the dating sites as a young man? No? Interesting, okay. Just wondering. Listen, I know the average age of a Fox News viewer is like 70 nowadays and you need to pander to them, but Tommy, you are like 2 years younger than me. You know this shit isn't true. Why are you talking like this? Why are you talking like a f***ing boomer? I'm sorry, I have no other word for this, but I hate this like generational pick-me shit. I was born in the—
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of these boomers and feminists talk very, very similarly. It's all, oh, men bad unless they can provide for, the women. Man up and marry these single mothers, that kind of thing. You hear that a lot from these, like, boomer conservative types and from these feminists. So, yeah, it's weird.
born in the wrong generation. I'm not like those other young people. And you know what? She's not like those other young people. Not all young—
Yeah, you're totally right, Sergey. That is exactly what Fox does at this point. They're just going for clicks. And I mean, what is the average age of the Fox viewer? It's got to be like 80 by now. Like, the only reason Fox is popular is because they're the only big news channel that is not like super lefty, like CNN and MSNBC and all that. Fox is like right wing, but they're still not good. I don't really think they're very good at all.
Not all young people can afford a nice nose job and lip filler and get a cushy job on Fox News based entirely on merit, I'm sure. The main—
Yeah, you know what? How about this, Tommy Lahren? If you want, how about you give up your cushy job doing absolutely nothing of value on Fox News? I will take your job spewing all sorts of BS, and then you can go get married and do all the stuff you're talking about.
The main problem with this brain-dead, boomer-ass take is not only is it cringe, but it's completely divorced from reality. This slop is specifically designed for people who paid like $5 for a f***ing house. And listen, not all boomers, okay? My parents are boomers, they are lovely people. A lot of you guys are boomers, but when the baby boomer generation sends its people, it is not sending their best.
Yeah, she's right. The boomers, I think my parents are technically boomers too, although my parents are immigrants, so it's a little different. But it's not all the boomers, but yeah, the boomers, their generation basically strip mined the economy, took everything they could for themselves, and then left. Basically, all we have now is the leftovers, and they also refuse to give it up. So even if they're dying off, a lot of them, they're not giving for example, they're not giving their kids or grandkids inheritances. Instead, they're spending all their money wildly and then like doing like reverse mortgages on their houses. So they basically sell their house to the bank, and then the bank just like lets them stay there. It's more or less how I've heard it works. Or they sell their houses to like BlackRock or something, and then once you sell to BlackRock, it's that house is basically gone. It's going to be a rental forever.
They're not sending you. They're sending people who have lots of problems. They're bringing the housing crisis. They're bringing wage stagnation. They're falling for AI-generated photos on Facebook. But some, I assume, are good people. But my God, I truly believe they do not understand how good they had it. They could support a family on a single income. A single income from a job that didn't require a college degree. Their leaders didn't—
That is true. That back in their day, they do all the back in my day, men were men and all that. But it's like they don't. A lot of these boomers will not acknowledge how good their generation had it. In like the 50s or whatever, you could just finish high school, get a job at a factory, work your way up the ladder or whatever. And there were a lot of opportunities because we didn't have all the H-1Bs, illegal immigration, all that. You could, it was very easy to meet people. You could, it was not weird to ask girls out in person. So you could, ask out a girl, you get married, you could get married pretty easily and support that whole family, buy a house, car, maybe 2 cars, and support your whole family all on that one income, all on that one basic factory job. Can't do that now.
Didn't prostitute away their economic future for some cheap plastic shit from China. They inherited the greatest economy known to man, and they pretend it's a paradise that they earned. I just don't understand, why don't boomers and spiritual boomers like Tommy Lauren see people struggling and go, wow, I wish I could fix this. They should.
Yeah, the boomers literally sent all our manufacturing off to China. So, yeah, if you're wondering why it's hard to find manufacturing jobs, that's why. They offshored so much of our manufacturing.
Have it better than I had it. And you wonder why so many millennials and Zoomers don't want kids. I want to make the world a better place for my children. I want to make the world a better place for my children. Ugh. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you spoiled brat. Children. Not happening.
Well, look at...
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I love how Trump says, China is ripping us off in trade. They're ripping us on everything. We can't have it anymore. Okay, yep. I remember years ago, back when some friends and I would play Rocket League, I would just, in the chat in Rocket League, I would just be typing Trump quotes. So there were a bunch of times when we'd be losing in the game, and I'd just be typing, I'd type in the chat, "We are losing." And then the next message I'd type would be, "In trade." And then the people would be like, wait, the people who are playing against would just be like, wait, what? What's going on? I think at one point my Steam name was also Bush Did Nothing Wrong. So they'd just be like, wait, what? The people would just be so confused. It was a different time, man. Back then, you could have fun on the internet back then without getting banned for everything. Yeah, and I think you can guess what the implication of Bush did nothing wrong was.
Look at what young women have to choose from. The pickings are slim. Yes, we might have a feminism problem in America, but it's the feminization of men.
Young men are becoming lazy because they're becoming feminized. So they're becoming lazy because they act more like women? What did she mean by this, chat?
Oh no. She's noticing. She noticed.
I know there's a decrease in testosterone or something happening, but men are moving.
Yeah, that's the fluoride and the atrazine in the water supply, all the chemicals, all the stuff Alex Jones is always screaming about. That's why.
Being right-wing all over the world. Does that correlate with the feminization? Or, I mean, there are suspiciously a lot of far-right femboys, so...
That... I was not expecting that. But you know what? I will accept it.
Maybe. But here's the thing, Tammy. There is absolutely no evidence that young women want to start families more than young men. None. In fact, all the data says the exact f***ing opposite. According to Pew Research, 64% of women...
Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, I had the numbers mixed up, but yeah, it basically, it's the same, roughly the same thing I was saying. So yeah, she says 64% of women under 50 don't want to have kids, whereas only 50% of men say that. So yeah, half the men still want kids, but less than half of women do.
Of women younger than 50 say they just don't want to have children. No reason, they just don't want them. Versus 50% of...
Yeah, Sergey, I'm hoping that the RFK Jr. stuff helps. Did you see that the message I posted the other day about Trump getting Coke to put sugar, like real sugar, back in their drinks instead of the corn syrup? I'm like, if I hadn't just dropped like sugared sodas entirely and just switched to entirely zero, like the diet zero drinks, I would be excited for this. But now it's like, gee, I just stopped drinking the sugar entirely. Thanks. But yeah, I'm hoping that, some of that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. stuff helps us out.
Percent of men who say the same. Another study by Archbridge Institute shows the same.
There's actually a lot of what happens with our food is yeah, I don't know if they'll be able to get rid of aspartame, because there are a lot of artificial sweeteners. What I would like to see is something like uh, allulose, I think, is a big one that is new, and it works very similarly to sugar. So, but it's 0 calorie. I would like to see some of these newer sweeteners tried out, as opposed to some of these older chemical sweeteners that I guess kind of mess with your gut or whatever. I wouldn't drink. I wouldn't even drink that stuff. But like I am so addicted to soda that I need something, and it's better to drink that than to drink the sugar stuff. Um,
The same. 60.
but yeah, the thing with the food. One of the things I've noticed that they do with food that really is bizarre is they will make like fat free this, fat free that. But then they'll just pump it full of sugar, and so it ends up being just as bad as actually worse than the original, because now you've lost the fat, and fat actually helps keep you full a lot of the time. So, but then they just pump it full of sugar instead. So now it not only does whatever the food is not fill you up, but now it's also going to make you fat. Yeah. But yeah, there's that. And yeah, all the artificial garbage in the food that's not necessary. Like I bought some ketchup the other day. So normally they sell like Heinz ketchup, right? Whatever. You can buy now this no sugar added or something like that ketchup that is like way lower calorie, and basically they don't add any additional sugar than like what's already in the tomatoes and stuff. It is way lower calorie, and it literally still just tastes like standard ketchup. So it's like, why is this not the standard ketchup? Because it literally tastes the same as far as I can tell. There's no disadvantage to it. Yeah, no sugar ketchup. It's fine. It tastes totally fine, as far as I can tell. Yeah, Sergey, it's not just that people want kids is difficult due to the economy. Yeah, I agree with the economy stuff too. But it's every aspect of it is harder today. It is basically the problem. It's hard to find someone in the first place. It's hard to become financially stable. It's hard to, set things up in a way that your kids will actually be better off. But yeah, I'll keep going.
63% of women without children said they have no desire to have a child, while only 50% of men said the same. For men, the most commonly cited factor was personal finance, but among women, the strongest reason not to have a child was their desire to maintain their personal independence.
So that's so that's another reason, and that goes along with what you said, Sergey. For men, the only reason they don't want kids a lot of the time, like a lot of those men who said they didn't want kids, for a lot of those guys, they said, well, I can't afford it. But for women, it's just, I don't really feel like it. I want to be independent, but it's like, I mean, is that really, like, I love my independence too, but is that really how you want to live? Is that, like, when you get older, you want, like, you're going to want kids. You're going to want to have a family.
Basically, they don't want to give up their brunch and mimosas. They've been ass-blasted with propaganda their whole lives, telling them their lives will be ruined, their bodies will be ruined, they'll
Get this brunch and mimosas thing. I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm not a morning person, but why would you want to get up specially just to go eat brunch? Like, dude, just save yourself the trouble. Sleep in till noon. And then just, like, I don't know, have a glass of milk or something.
They'll never have fun again. They'll be miserable forever if they have children. And as someone who has had a children, best decision I've ever made. 10
Yeah, like, I mean, what's more fun than kids? They're like, Yeah. Oh yeah, you could make your own brunch, but I mean, I'm lazy. I'm lazy too, Sergey. I'm very lazy. I hate making things. But um, but yeah, it's like, I mean, if you've ever spent time with kids, they're a ton of fun. You know, like, especially once they get to that once they get past like the potty training phase, they're just like so much fun to hang out with. It's like, yeah, why would you not want that?
10/10, highly recommend, would do it again. But yes, this idea that men are the ones primarily responsible for the low birth rates is laughable. We're laughing over here. But honestly, it's not really women or men's fault. There are a lot of factors that play into this. But Tommy, I really gotta ask, is it men or is it you?
This is gonna be the summer of canceling boys. All of my
I remember seeing this video years ago, and it was just as obnoxious then. Basically, like I'll play the video, but basically she's just obnoxiously complaining about, oh, my friends can't find any good guys. Oh, they're great. Oh, but the guys are so not great. Oh.
all of my friends are attractive. All of my friends are
What the? God, I hate YouTube's changes. They just make the site worse every time. Okay, so first of all, she says, all my friends are attractive. Yeah, you say your friends are attractive. Something tells me I can take one look at your friends and half of them are going to be ham planets. Well, yeah, of course, that's true, Sergey. We'll get to that later. We'll get to that in a bit, Sergey. But yeah, something tells me that she says, oh, all my friends are attractive. She's probably referring to their jobs and not to their physical appearance. Which, look, I know it sounds shallow, but that is the thing that guys look at most. Okay, but it's not that hard to be at least reasonably attractive as a woman. You just have to be not fat and like take decent care of yourself.
successful. All of my friends.
See, there you go. All of them are successful. Nobody cares. Nobody cares if they're successful, because if they're successful, I mean, what does that do for the guy? Absolutely nothing. Right? Because, you know, the guy is the one who's expected to make all the money anyway, so you being successful just means you're more likely to be annoying. Well, that's all true, Sergey, but like, you know, personality and all that, but like that comes later, you know, like you don't meet people really based on their personality usually. I'm specifically responding to, she said her friends are attractive, and attractive is, you know, that's generally like, you know, do I just want to go up and talk to this person, you know? Because personality is, once you talk to somebody, that's when, you know, personality comes in. But
Have something going on. Almost every single one of them have an issue with men. But if all of these women, including myself, are having issues, then I have to think it might not be us.
No, it's you. It's definitely you. There are tons of great guys out there. Tons of them. You know, me included. But you just don't want them. Like, you literally, like, that's what happens, and I think the dating apps are heavily to blame for this. But yeah, these days women will just straight up reject very fine, very decent guys because they don't hit all the they don't hit all the markers. They're not the 6 foot tall, 6-pack abs, 6-figure income, 6-inch, you know what. But yeah, the standards are way too high.
It might be you. It is not just the guys in Los Angeles, Nashville, Dallas, and they're not any better in the Midwest. They, quite frankly, I think they're trash all over this country.
My friends are successful. Men don't give a shit about that. They'd marry a
Yeah, see, there you go.
Walmart cashier if she was nice to them.
Yeah, that is completely true. I would literally like if there were a I haven't been to Walmart in like 5 years. But if some, I don't know, grocery store cashier, for some reason all the grocery store cashiers are like elderlies or they're like Somalians for some reason. I don't get it. It's weird. But yeah, if some like cute cashier were nice to me and she was just like, "Oh, hey, how's it going?" And she she actually expressed interest, I I would marry her. Right, I would absolutely marry her, because that's like the most important thing is that she's. Once again, I go back to men are easy. Just be nice to them. Many women fail this simple task.
I think men between the ages of 20 and 30 are not ready, in most cases, for marriage, are usually not ready to be husbands and fathers.
That's a cultural issue. So, look,
No, I would actually, back to your point, I think it's a biological thing.
So let me get this straight. Men are all trash and won't commit and won't leave mommy's basement, and they're destroying the birth rates. But also young men are biologically incapable of commitment and being parents. What? But what?
Yeah, well, the thing is, Sergey, I agree that it would be ideal. The problem is that if you have to be really careful about trying to go talk to people in public, because one wrong move, you say the wrong thing, or even you just look the wrong way, and the next thing you know, you say, "Oh, hey, how's it going?" And she might go, "Ew, creep," and then whip out her phone, and suddenly you're on her TikTok, and say, God forbid you have a career. I think Sergey, you're like a social worker or something, right? So she, your boss might see that or something, and next thing you know, you're unemployable, all because she called you to creep and blasted you on her TikTok. Hey, Neo, how's it going, man? Yeah, hope you've had a good couple of weeks with the family. Yeah, for real, as girls have a plethora of options. Yeah, exactly. Yes, Neo, I literally remember every compliment I have gotten from a woman over like the last, I don't know, 5-10 years, and they were all from like older ladies, like they were fairly older than me. One of them wasn't like an older lady, but she was like kind of middle aged. She's married with kids and all that. And she like complimented. I want to say it was like I was wearing a leather jacket, and she complimented that. And then like the other two were just like older ladies who said, "Oh, I like your eyelashes," or I like your hair. You have nice hair, that kind of thing. And that was really nice. I literally remember all three of those compliments. And I also literally remember like the more than anything else, like this is totally random, but a cute girl just smiled at me at Target the other day. And that did more for my self-esteem than literally anything else over like the past year. It's crazy. Yeah, it's a little easier in college, Sergey. If you meet someone in college or even in like high school, it's a lot easier because people are a lot more open to talking to you. But yeah, once you're out of school, it's like ugh, there's just like nowhere to meet people because you can't talk to people at work because that's like HR harassment stuff. You can't talk to people really anywhere else. So it's what do you do?
But wait, there's more. She also believes women don't have to bring anything to the table.
And as a woman, I want a strong man who is a protector and a provider that will go to war if need be, that will protect me,
Why do you want to send us to war so badly? I have to ask this question, Tommy Lahren. Why do you want to send us guys to war so badly? Are you just trying to get us to go die for Israel? Is that what it is? Because I ain't dying for Israel, Tommy Lahren.
protect my family, make money, but I don't think a man needs to get something out of it to be a manly man, a protector, and a...
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, the propaganda is, Sergey, that they get all these women to, I think it is like an actual thing where like Israel like gets a bunch of like good-looking women, and Tommy Lahren is good-looking, although I think at this point she's wearing a ton of makeup. But yeah, they get all these attractive women to just like basically go shill for Israel. But yeah, like what she said, I don't think a guy needs to get anything out of it. Yes, a guy needs to get something out of it. Like he needs to, yeah, she is totally nuts. Which means she's probably, very, very interesting to date. I will say that. She's probably very interesting to date. Or at least she was. But yeah, it's like, of course guys need to get something out of it. That is literally how most things work. There's no point in marrying a girl if she's not going to, again, be nice to you and, take care of you as a guy.
and a provider. If you think you need to get something out of it, I quite frankly don't consider you a real man.
Never before in
Yeah, so that guy on the left, by the way, let me. So this guy, second from the left, I know who he is, Andrew Wilson. Yeah, he's on that Whatever podcast. If you ever seen that, I can't watch it anymore because it's just too depressing. But he's on there all the time. He's a very, very strong debater. I actually think I vaguely remember this clip, and Andrew Wilson basically tore into her later on in this clip. But yeah, he's basically he is a very like pro guy. So there's that.
If you think you need to get something out of it, I quite frankly don't consider you a real man.
Yeah, so basically he's saying, yeah, you think you shouldn't have to offer anything. He's basically saying, yeah, so if you're saying that, that probably means you have nothing to offer.
Man.
Never before in history have women demanded so much and offered so little. So before we get deeper into this retarded, manufactured, stay-at-home son narrative, let's check the Facebook comments of this Fox News video, because I am really interested to see what, like, the typical Fox News viewer
Facebook comments, that means there's not going to be anybody under the age of 60.
thinks about this. If the women are anything like these two, I can hardly blame the men for staying home and not wanting to date them.
Oh, actually, you know what? That's a nice comment. I appreciate that comment.
Blame, blame, blame. These two women have a combined age of 93 and they have zero.
Oh, you know what? I think these are comments on that like Fox News bit, not on the Piers Morgan bit.
Children between both of them. You both have repugnant personality types, so listening to this was like male birth control to me. My goodness! Boom.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. No matter how much makeup you slap on Tommy Loren, it's not going to make that bit any better.
Boomers are ruthless! Bunch of sissies. I served 6 years, 2 years in Southeast Asia after Vietnam was over. When I was 18, rent was $450.
Okay, see, I can't tell if this comment here, when I was 18, rent was $450 and I could afford to get my own place. I can't tell if he's trying to crap on young people or if he's being sympathetic.
$50 and I could afford to get my own place. She's so spot on. Nothing screams.
Oh god, this comment is obnoxious. It's like, yeah, some guys live at home to save money.
I'm a loser, run from me, than a guy living at home in his parents' house with his 12-year-old boy's bedroom decor at age of 30. Thank God we raised our sons to be men, who grew up, lived on their own, found their soulmate, got married, bought a beautiful home, and started a family. I was out.
Her kids got very, very lucky in that aspect. Although something tells me that her kids are probably like 40, so it's probably a little different.
Out the door at 18, worked on the assembly line at Dodge and in the Air Force at 19, never went back home. I can't relate to this. Yes, we...
Yeah, I'm gonna let her talk for a sec, but there's something I want to say.
No, we know you people can't relate. We know. But the world has changed. Why can't you people get this through your heads? I will never let my sons stay home. I'm trying to push them out of the nest. Okay, I really gotta ask. Is this an Anglo thing? Immediately kicking your kid out when they turn 18 years old? My Mediterranean mind cannot comprehend this. And honestly, why the would a man leave home, leave his mother's cooking, for a woman who probably...
Yeah, so this is something that really bothers me. I've never understood this. I don't know if it's just like an American thing or a boomer thing or what it is, but I've heard so many of these stories of, people saying, oh, I'm kicking my kids out as soon as they turn 18, or, kids getting kicked out when they turn 18, and then, years later they might come back or they don't come back. Years later the parents are like, oh, why don't you ever come visit? And it's like, well, you kicked me out, that kind of thing. It's like, is this just like a boomer thing, or is this like just an American thing? I genuinely don't get kicking your kids out when they're 18. Like, in my family, I think my uncle lived with his parents. Well, like at some point, his parents lived with him and his family. But, my grandparents lived with my uncle right up until the day they passed. Yeah, right up until the day they passed away. And it's like, even with my parents, like I said earlier, yeah, I didn't want to leave when I turned 18, and they were really not thrilled at the idea of me going off on my own, going off to college when I was 18. Like, they really wanted to keep me at home, and even now they want me to come visit all the time. It's like I just don't get that. Like, why would you want to kick your kids out? It's like, wouldn't you want to get as much time with them as possible? Especially when they get older, and it's like, you're not going to see them as much. It's like, wouldn't you want to, like, take care of them, have them around as long as possible? I just don't get that mentality. I really don't, and I don't understand like where that comes from.
And this. And honestly, why the f would a man leave home, leave his mother's cooking, for a woman who probably can't cook? Not me, though. Personally, I can cook amazing homemade meals. I'll have you know I am a great trad wife.
I would really appreciate someone who can cook just because of all the time it would save. Like, I can cook here and there, but I don't like doing it just because of all the, it's just the big time sink. So it would be nice if there was someone who could, just if she could take care of that,
Bone apple teeth.
Now, unfortunately,
Wow.
Tommy Lauren wasn't the
What a
only
meal.
one pushing this stupid lazy young men go get a job bullshit. Mike Johnson did it, referencing 29-year-old men playing video games all day.
I remember this. It was, a month ago? It's really, really obnoxious because instead of cutting out all the, the welfare queens, spending all your tax dollars on all sorts of nonsense, they're blaming young guys who can't get a job. Hey, Fractured, what up, buddy? Yeah, no, Shuon had made another banger video, and I'm just reacting to it. But yeah, it's like this Weasley guy right here, Speaker of the House, is trying to gotta pump the numbers up by playing. Well, you know what? As soon as this video is over, I'm gonna be one of those. I'm gonna be one of those numbers. Except I'm not sitting on my couch; I'm sitting on my PC. But yeah, he's trying to redirect the welfare queen thing. He's trying to redirect the hatred for the welfare queens, which is rightly placed, to single guys who just can't get a job. Probably, I doubt most of those guys are on Medicaid. I'm guessing most of these 29-year-old males on their couch playing video games, I'm guessing most of them don't even have health insurance because they just can't afford it.
Steve Scalise did it with 35-year-old men playing video games all day.
Also, Mike Johnson is a total failure. He's a complete disaster. Not to get all political, but he's a total disaster, total waste. I don't know that much about Steve Scalise. All I really know about Steve Scalise is that he got shot like years ago. That's about it.
All day. And just the other night, I saw this on my TV. Again.
A Wall Street Journal headline got our attention.
Fox News again.
The new dream job for young men, stay-at-home son. It's a phrase that's taken off since 27-year-old Brendan.
It's a phrase these people made up. Yeah, Fractured. I need medical for, a few reasons. But yeah, I mean, I kind of get it. Really, I don't think we should be paying any kind of income tax. I think all the taxes that we pay are just complete theft. Inflation is also theft. Federal Reserve is also theft. We get rid of the IRS, get rid of the Federal Reserve, get rid of like 90% of these government agencies. Yeah, exactly, Sergey. Like, do they not see how difficult it is to get a good job after college, and how people are undervalued despite your education? Yeah, absolutely. It's what I was saying earlier. Like, I have a college degree. I have a career and all that, and it's like, yeah, I should be able to get a job very easily. Like, I'm really good at what I do, but they would rather replace me with some cheap, incompetent H-1B from India or China. Yeah, right. Fox News and the rest of the conservatives love losing. I think it's their fetish. Yes, they do, Fractured. In fact, I think that the unofficial motto of the Republican Party is "lose with dignity." there's a. I'm trying to remember where it's from, but I remember there was some TV show years ago. And there was like, you know what it was? It was a Disney Channel show called Good Luck Charlie. I don't know if I can find it, and even if I could, I'd be afraid to play it on stream because Disney. But it's like the kids' basketball team is losing, and the kid's dad comes in. He's the coach, and he's like, you know what? We're gonna lose, but we're gonna go out there. We're gonna lose with dignity. And then the kids all start chanting, "Lose with dignity, lose with dignity, lose with dignity." And it's like that's the Republican Party right there. Their chant should be "lose with dignity" because that's like all they do. Even when they win, they lose. They're amazing at finding new ways to lose every day. Your job doesn't treat you well. You've been in the same job for 6 years, so you went back to school in your 30s. Yeah, Sergey, I understand that. My parents have been pushing me to go back to school, but I'm like, I really, really don't want to get a master's degree. Okay, for you, Fractured, I'm going to see if I can find it. Dignity, I just hope I don't get copyright claimed. Videos. It might not be there. It might just not be clipped anywhere. Yeah, I don't think there's a clip of it anywhere. But yeah, no, it's good. I remember it's one of the early episodes. Because I remember watching the show when I was a kid. Also the main girl on the show is really hot. But yeah, it was one of these early episodes. But yeah, I don't know. I can't find it. I probably have the whole show somewhere. But yeah, that's too much work to go find it. But yeah. Okay. Yeah, Sergey went back. I assume, Sergey, you just went back to get like a different degree or like a different major. But yeah, like going back to school, that's something. If you want to like change careers or something, you can do that. But like just getting a master's degree, that's like the Asian thing is like, oh, you can't figure out what to do, go back to school. It's like, it might work in some things, but like in my field, more schooling is not really going to help me at all. I'm just going to end up back in the same situation. Yeah, and Fractured. Then there's the MAGA figs that keep getting the Fulford Awards. It's also tiresome. Yeah, Fractured. That there's that too, and it's like, dude, Alex Jones to some degree has been talking about it, even more than Alex Jones. Owen Schroyer, he's been like absolutely killing it on the whole like Trump failures thing because like I voted for Trump all 3 times, so it's not like I'm some lefty weirdo, but Trump has been making so many missteps lately. He just keeps failing on so many of his promises. We didn't get the Epstein files. We didn't really get the important parts of the Kennedy files. We didn't get the big tax cuts he promised. The tax on tips was basically a joke. Yeah, I mean, basically everything. I think the only big promises he did keep were freeing Ross Ulbricht, freeing the January 6th victims, and then there's one other thing he did. Oh, yeah, and illegal immigration. That's it. Yeah, that's I think basically those are the only like big 3 promises he really properly kept. And even with illegal immigration, it sounds like he's making exceptions. He might be making exceptions for like agriculture and stuff, which that's not good. Yeah, Stephen King agreeing with Trump. Yeah. Oh yeah. Let me see if I can look this. Let me see if I can find the Stephen King Steen files. Let me see if there's a. Oh, here we go. Where's the tweet? Okay, well, there's no picture, but yeah, basically said the Epstein client list is real, so is the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus, basically implying it's fake. But yeah, what makes it really funny is if I've never read a Stephen King book, but I've heard enough about it. And you know what? Let me pull this up. Normal World, Stephen King. So if you've never seen Normal World, it's I think it's hosted by The Blaze. Okay, fine. YouTube. Yeah, there you go. This one right here. If you've never seen the sketch, you should totally see it. Normal World is hilarious. But yeah, if you know anything about Stephen King's books, for some reason,
A lot. I don't follow. Okay, let me be blunt.
Okay.
Okay, well, let me explain. On page 1397, after they defeat Pennywise, they're lost in the sewers, and Beverly says, you have to put your thing in me, and then all 6 of them in a row do that. It's a lot. It's a lot. I don't follow. Okay, let me be blunt. It's a group sex scene with a bunch of 11-year-olds. It's completely...
Yeah, so, by the way, you guys should check out Normal World if you haven't. It's mostly a podcast, but their sketches are hilarious. But yeah, so that makes you ask a lot of questions about Stephen King. You know, it explains some of what's in there. Yeah, I know his books are supposed to be good, Sergey, but it's... Yeah. Yes, Fractured. They're like 11. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, it's insane. Yeah, Fractured. I mean, yeah, I wanted the border wall too, but you know, the first term I was like, okay, I kind of get it. It's hard to get the funding and all that with all that. It's fine because in the first term he was hamstrung by everything, but you know, this time it's all on him. But yeah, the Stephen King thing. It's like, yeah, a lot of people just saw the movie and they cut a lot of that stuff out for the movie, so they don't realize what a weirdo Stephen King apparently actually is. But yeah, I highly recommend looking up Normal World even if you're not into like the whole podcast thing, which I mean, I don't really watch the podcast that much, but if you just like look up their sketches, they have some really banger sketches. I think. Oh yeah, here you go. There's playlists. There's just a whole playlist of sketches, and they're great. And they have a couple of specials once in a while where they just do like all sketches, which is awesome. But yeah, I would just watch the sketches at the very least. The sketches are really good. They're really funny.
Leo won $59,000 on Jeopardy, and he has a master's degree in political science, but he's unemployed. Grow up, get a job, get a wife, build a family.
Just get a wife, bro. Just get a job, bro.
Okay, getting a wife and getting a job are basically the same thing these days, except getting a job is actually easier. Because, you know, at least in my experience, I sometimes, you know, I'll apply to a bunch of jobs. Sometimes I'll get an interview back, or like I'll get a recruiter reaching out to me. Women don't express interest in me whatsoever. So, you know, yeah, all I'm going to say is it's basically the same thing as a guy. Yep, exactly, Fractured. Exactly. And at least with a job, there are things you can change. You know, you can change some stuff, but you know, you can get a degree, whatever, to get a job. You can't really do a whole lot for a date. There's not a whole lot you can do for yourself.
Oh, get a job? Yeah. Just get a job? Why don't I strap on my job helmet and squeeze down into a job cannon and fire off into jobland, where jobs grow on jobbies?
The term welfare queen must have fell out of fashion with Republicans, because it seems even they know the approved safe demographic to go after now, because it's very obvious what demographic they...
Yep, I've been saying it for a while. Republicans are not your friends. They are less terrible than the Democrats, but they are not your friends. Remember that they will happily... Yeah, Always Sunny's... I've only seen a little bit of it, but yeah, it's pretty good. I do like... what's his name? Danny DeVito. Danny DeVito's great. And he totally should have been the voice of Detective Pikachu. But, exactly, Fractured. No party's your friend. But, yeah, but the Republicans pretend to be your friend now, and then it's like, no, it's not that the Republicans are actually, like, doing anything to attract young men. Actually, they're doing their best to repel young men. They're just not doing as good of a job repelling young men as the Democrats are. Because keep in mind, you know, the Republicans, they're they will scream, "Oh, the mark of the beast" and all that, and then the next thing you know, they'll suddenly implement 1984 just to censor adult content that you, as an adult, have every right to view. Yep, exactly. Corporation sees you as an open wallet. Parties see you as a number for the ballot. Yep. Well, the way the mega corporations see you is they don't see you as a customer anymore. They see your money is their money, and you are just in the way. And the parties are the same thing. Your vote is their vote, and you are just in the way.
They are talking about when they say young men in their basements playing video games. This just get a job lazy attitude is not surprising, but it's especially funny coming from Fox News of all places. Fox News that spends so much time yapping about immigrants taking American jobs. Fox News will talk for years about how Americans are being screwed out of the workforce. But when this issue manifests itself in Gen Z, suddenly it's a moral failure. The fact
And Fox News only ever talks about illegal immigration. I don't think even they talk about like all the foreign work visas, which are a serious problem that Trump refuses to do anything about. He just wants to import infinite. I hate to pick on just Indians. H-1Bs are mostly Indians, but it's also heavily Chinese. But he just wants to import all these infinite foreigners to replace the American people, because it's cheap for the corporations.
The fact is, a lot of American jobs held by men are being lost to automation, offshoring, and yes, cheap foreign labor. Companies and billionaires would rather have cheap labor that they can essentially abuse, not pay fair wages to, just good little worker drones who won't unionize, rather than hire American workers for a living wage. The cheaper the labor they hire, the more money they make. I remember when Bernie Sanders called open borders a Koch brothers conspiracy.
Open borders?
Open
borders. That's a Koch brothers proposal, which says essentially there is no United States.
But it would make a lot of
me.
the global poor richer, wouldn't it?
And it'd make everybody in America poor. Then you're doing away with the concept of a nation state.
Where'd that guy?
I miss that Bernie Sanders. He at least pretended to care about us. Now the only good old guy out there seems to be Ron Paul, and, well, I don't know how long he's got.
Go. A lot of these jobs being taken are jobs traditionally held by men, like construction and factory jobs, manual labor work. But it's not just manual labor jobs, it's also the tech industry and business industry, which are careers also mainly held by men. There are many, many examples of this, such as Microsoft recently cutting thousands of American workers while requesting 14,000 more H-1B workers this year.
This one's kind of personal to me, chat. This one's very personal to me. The H-1Bs are taking my job. And they're doing it worse. And somehow I'm supposed to celebrate them.
Some of those job positions include...
And do not... So, I'm all for celebrating, the death of diversity and all that, the DEI stuff. But do not let people gaslight you into thinking this is just DEI failing, because it's not. It's not... This isn't just some consequence of DEI finally failing. It is companies just trying to get cheaper labor. That is the biggest impetus for this. And also, do not let companies lie to you that they're replacing people with AI. They're not. They're replacing some people with AI, but, developers and engineers, they are not... It is really not easy to replace an engineer with AI, because you're just going to end up with a bunch of unusable spaghetti code. They're replacing you with cheap Indians and cheap Chinese. And cheap whatever else they can find. Fractured. I'm confused. I thought of her and the Night Dude split. I thought she was full commie lefty. So I assume you mean Armored Skeptic. So she was always pretty lefty. She's like, I think her politics are kind of like, if you know Short Fat Otaku, I think her politics are somewhere around there. She's pretty lefty. Yeah, Armor Skeptic, yeah. So she's pretty lefty, but the thing is, she's, like, level-headed enough, and I think she's the more, I think she's more in, like, the sort of lefty, the hippie kind of area, the left libertarianish area, which, I can respect that, and, she obviously actually cares about, she cares about men, obviously, because I know she has a she's married now to some other guy, and I don't know if she has a son or a daughter, but I think she's a decent person overall. Yeah, no, absolutely, Sergey. Companies don't care about people. The only time a company is going to care about you is if like it's probably like a small company and you're like friends with the owner or whatever. Then maybe, but yeah, I wish we could see a return to America being built on small businesses. Unfortunately, the government has been set up in such a way that small businesses are always screwed. So,
data scientists, which are 70% men, software developers, which are 80% men,
I am in that 82% chat.
And electronic engineers, which are
Or at least I was.
90% men, and many more like that. Another example of this was Tesla, where roughly 15,000 American employees were fired in April 2024, and many were replaced with H-1B visas.
Elon Musk is one of those people where I am so torn on him all the time, because, like, he does some cool stuff, and then he turns around and does something like this, or he turns around and complains about people not being in the office. There's no, with most office jobs, there's no point to being in the office, but he's one of those people that wants people to be in the office. But it's like, dude, come on, Elon Musk. Yeah, this is what they want men out, women in, even though they don't really want the jobs. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, women are actually, in general, I know some women are perfectly happy and fine doing these jobs. But they are by and large less happy being in the workplace. Yeah, Fractured, I don't know. I don't know if trusted is even a relevant word. I think Elon Musk is just doing what Elon Musk thinks is good for Elon Musk. But like, he's done a lot of good things, but he's also done a lot of not good things. And I mean, like Tesla, even with Teslas, I don't necessarily trust Teslas because their software is all proprietary, closed source, and I think they added a lot of locks onto everything. What was my job for YouTube? I was a software engineer, and I'm a really good one too, by the way. I have built a ton of stuff. I don't know if saying some of the stuff I've worked on would dox me, but like, let's just say I helped build the app for a very large theme park that you've definitely heard of. I worked on some stuff for various hotel chains. What else did I do? I built some apps for we'll say major professional athletic organizations. So yeah, I've worked on a bunch of massive stuff too. So yeah, it is interesting, especially when the most cool thing, yeah, not being careful, Fractured. For sure. Yeah, it is interesting, Sergey. The most interesting is when you work on something user facing that has like a big user base. And then even better, it's even better when you get to see the results of what you did. So, I rebuilt the app for a major public transportation system. And I think I left that company before it was released, but I believe it's out, and my work is now being used by thousands of people. And there's just something so incredibly cool about that. And in that sense, it's kind of like an artist or even like a YouTuber, as a YouTuber, when you see like people watch your videos or check out your live streams or whatever it may be, it is really cool to just see like, people see your work and they like your work and it just feels good. And, I'm sure that's how artists feel. And it's similar with software, except in software, you don't get the credit because your name's not anywhere. Yeah, fractured. Well, kind of fractured. That's part of why I've been able to torture James. The other half of that is not having any friends or any social life. So I save a lot of money by doing nothing. Yeah, that's pretty cool, Fracture, that you got to be on the that you got to be QA in a video game. That is pretty cool. I assume they put your name in the credits too. That has to be awesome. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be nice. I mean, I wouldn't mind hanging out with people more in real life. It's just, again, it's hard to find people. Hard to meet people. Yeah. Well, thank you, Sergey. Yeah, the problem with the video game industry is that everything you've heard. So I've actually done a little bit of amateur game development back in college. Oh, that sucks, Fractured. It's too bad you never got a copy. But yeah, I've done a little bit of amateur game development in college. I won a copy of. We had like a competition in college where I made a game, and I won a copy of. I think it's the original Hitman for PC, and this was like a CD-ROM copy. I don't know where it is, but yeah, it was a Unity game, and it was pretty cool. I can't describe it too much, but it was like an asymmetric co-op game. And it wasn't just me; it was like a team of 4, and it was pretty cool. Yeah, it's funny. I never actually opened the game, Sergey, but I've only ever played Hitman Absolution, but yeah. So I've done some amateur game development, and it's cool. But the thing is, what I have learned about the game industry is that everything bad you hear about the software industry, multiply that by like 10, and then that is the like AAA game industry, because like in the game industry, you're working on contracts. So you're usually not like a salaried developer or anything. You're on a contract all the time. There's like so much more crunch. You're always crunching, and I don't even know if they pay very much overtime. And yeah, it's very brutal. Yeah. So, well, see, Sergey, you say contract, and now I can't tell if you're asking me about the contracts that I talk about, or if you're referring to the game Hitman contracts. Because we were talking about both topics. Yeah, Neo. That bothers me so much, Neo. No hit on you, Fractured, but yeah, that bothers me so much. But I've had to learn to just like bite my tongue when people say like would of instead of would have, or would have, the contraction. I've had to learn to just like bite my tongue because it's it just bothers me. But I don't want to upset people. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you're referring to the literal contract, Sergey. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I don't know too much about social workers, Sergey, and I think you're in Canada too, so there's probably a little bit of a difference there. But yeah, in software, yeah. So you can either work by contract or by salary. Yeah, but salary is better. But even then, there's no, especially these days, there's very little expectation of like loyalty or anything. But yeah, we got to finish the video chat.
On Twitter, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy tried to chalk this up to these immigrants just simply being the best and the brightest. Yeah, okay. You're paying them less for longer hours and more work, and they're willing to deal with it in order to stay in the country. It's coercive, exploitative, and, dare I say, not very America first. When
Yeah, so I liked Vivek Ramaswamy, and she's spot on here. I liked Vivek Ramaswamy because actually he's kind of like me, I believe. He is, he's Indian, but he was born here. Thing is, he is completely wrong about H-1Bs, and they're lying too. What happens with H-1Bs is that these are like often the most mediocre people. Some of them are good, don't get me wrong. Some of them are fine, some of them are good. But a lot of times these are the most mediocre people that they can find. They hire them for cheap. So what happens is companies will go, we want to hire someone for this role, and we want to hire an H-1B. So what they'll do is they'll make a ridiculous job posting. They might even interview some people, and then at the end they'll go, because it's all, it's all subjective, right? And in the end they'll just go, oh, you know what? Oh, well, we can't find any Americans who will like meet all of our requirements, and so like we need to hire like some H-1Bs. And then the government will just go, oh, okay, yeah, I guess you met the requirements. You look for people, you couldn't find them. Okay, we'll give you some H-1Bs, have your H-1Bs, and then they interview the H-1Bs. And people in these countries, of course, America's great, so they all want to come to America, right? And so what'll happen is, they'll bring these H-1Bs in, and the H-1B is supposed to be a temporary visa. So what happens is these H-1Bs will come in, and they know that the company can fire them and kick them out of the country at any time. So they will take worse working conditions, lower salaries, because like technically you're supposed to pay them as much as you would an American, but with the way that salaries work, you can't really, they're not really comparable between people. So, right, like you can be in the same role as somebody else, but you can be paid very differently, and they'll say, oh, it's performance based. So what'll happen is they'll pay them lower salaries, much lower salaries, and then these people, because they want to stay in America, they really want to stay in America. So it's not good. It's not really good for them either. It's kind of like giving a kid like a ton of sugar. It's not, the kid likes it, but it's not good for them. So with the H-1B, they'll take much worse working conditions, poor treatment, work ridiculously long hours, all because they don't want to be, kicked out of the country. And so that's what happens. And so that's why instead of hiring Americans, the companies will hire cheap foreigners who really want to come to America. So that's how this H-1B thing works. So yeah, she's spot on here when she says they're being exploited, because they are. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're being treated better than, like a lot of indentured servants, but in a sense, they are indentured servants. So yeah, that's my rant on H-1Bs. And I'll say one more thing here with the H-1Bs. I have literally, I've worked with a lot of H-1Bs. Again, some of them are nice people, fine people. But I have had them openly tell me, that they will cheat on their interviews. So they will, have a friend of theirs do their interview for them. For example, if, they have a friend who's better at, whatever the interview subject is, they will literally have their friend take the interview for them. And that way they get into the country, or that way they get it, they get the job. So yeah, there's a lot of slimy stuff going on with the H-1B program. These are not the exceptional people. There's actually a completely different visa for those exceptional people. I believe O1 is the visa. And yeah, it's very, very different.
Conservatives confronted Elon Musk for this last year. He told somebody, and I quote, "Take a big step back and yourself in the face. I will go to war on this issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend."
Oh, Elon got so butthurt when people started calling him out on H-1Bs that, Elon got so butthurt about the H-1Bs that he actually, and there's no proof of this, that this is exactly what happened, but he got so butthurt that he actually started removing the verified check marks of people who are, big people who are calling him out. So, I remember Owen Schroyer lost his check mark for a while after calling out Elon Musk for H-1Bs. So, Neo, should H-1B even exist, in your opinion? So, no, specifically because we have the O1 visa. And I'm not against bringing people here. Like, my parents are immigrants, for example. They didn't come here on H-1Bs. They're, I don't know. I won't dox my dad, but they came here because my dad actually has a very, very in-demand job. And he's very good at it. I love my dad; he's the best. My mom too, but so they came here for a job that is very in demand, is still in demand. We can't get enough people to do it because it's a job that sucks. It's a great job, but once you're in it, once you've been doing it, but to get into the field, to get all the way in there, it is brutal. So it is. So my parents are able to come here for that. And again, I'm not against bringing people here for things like that, but I don't think H1B is the right way to do it. If we want to bring like a small number of people from, here or there, great. We can do that. We have O1 and, maybe we can bring a few people here and there, from various countries and so on, just for, just because, it's cool to have different people come in and do things. Yeah, that's fine. But no, I don't think the H1B program itself should exist because it's just a net negative for everybody. Yeah. It's ironic because Elon is an immigrant himself. Well, yeah. That's the thing. That's what he's claiming. I don't know Elon Musk's full history, but he claims that he came here on H1B. But I don't know if I believe that. Yeah. Yeah. So you remember that, Fractured? Yeah. You remember him de-verifying people? Yeah. Man, going on a lot of rants today. It's kind of fun.
So when it comes to replacing American workers in manual labor with cheap foreign labor, it's deport, deport, deport. But when it comes to replacing his American workers with cheap foreign labor, it's f yourself in the face. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the illegal thing is I do agree, illegal immigration is a bigger issue because it's literally illegal. But H1B is not good for anybody either.
There's also affirmative action and DEI, which are other things Fox News always pisses and shits about. But suddenly, when the conversation is about Gen Z men, the demographic of people who are victims of these things, suddenly these things just don't exist anymore. Then it's, oh, young men are all just lazy. They just want to be in their parents' basement ordering DoorDash and playing video games.
Yep. They conveniently forget about the DEI, ESG stuff as soon as it doesn't suit their narrative.
But it's not just the brown people taking your jobs. I am not beating the allegations with this one. The brown people are not taking your jobs, okay? It's not their fault. They're just cheaper. Aim upwards. But it's not just the brown people taking your jobs. It's the women, too. Many of the dyeing industries are male-dominated, while...
Oh, yeah. Well, that's Fox News, Sergey. They always contradict themselves.
Many of the growing industries are female-dominated, and stigma around these jobs being woman jobs usually stops men from working them. Women are overwhelmingly entering and excelling in college and the workforce, and they're more flexible about job position and pay, while young men usually hold out for higher-paying, higher-position jobs that will make them the breadwinner. Because you see, despite the world progressing and the role of women changing, the role of men has not changed.
Yep, pretty much. Women can be whatever they want, but men still have to be the traditional provider, all that stuff. So men have to be men, but women can be men if they want to.
Every woman is a feminist until the dinner bill comes. But what's crazy is, women might be the ones paying that dinner bill soon. A study from the UK found women aged 22 to 29 earned about 1,000 more annually than men, completely reversing the traditional gender pay gap for this age group. In the US, a 2022 Pew Research Center analysis showed...
Neo, yes, I agree, Neo. I always say Asian men make the best women. Like the, where is it? I forget if you, right there.
Absolutely no evidence that young women want to start families more than young men. Tammy. There is absolutely no evidence that... Tammy. There is absolutely no...
Yeah, so there you go. Here's an example. Here's an example for you, Neo. Just leave that on the screen for a second.
I mean, there are suspiciously a lot of far-right femboys, so... maybe. But,
Yes. So yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, seriously, like it's like all the men and women's spaces stuff. Nobody ever complain. They all screech about men being in women's spaces. Men dressing up as women to be in women's spaces and the transgender stuff. And like, look, I don't really care that much about the transgender stuff. Be transgender, don't be transgender. I really don't care as long as you're not screwing with kids or something. But it's like they screech about that, and conservatives screech about that. That they will screech about women's sports and all that, but they will never turn around and say, "Hey, why are the women always demanding access to men's spaces?" Because it's always either women's spaces or mixed spaces. Men don't get to have spaces, but they never complain about that. It only ever goes one way around. Let's team up and call James a femboy today for just. I mean, Sergey, I can send him a femboy, but the thing is, I think they're doing a Switch stream today, so if James isn't at his PC, it's a lot less entertaining to gift him a game because then he can't like show it on stream.
Winner. Because you see, despite the world progressing and the role of women changing, the role of men has not changed. Every woman is a feminist until the dinner bill comes. But what's crazy is, women might be the ones paying that dinner bill soon. A study from the UK found women aged 22 to 29 earned about 1,000 more annually than men, completely reversing the traditional gender pay gap for this age group. In the US, a 2022 Pew Research Center analysis showed that women under 30 out-earned men in many metropolitan areas, with median earnings at or above 100% of men's, in cities like New York and Washington, D.C. That may not sound like.
Yeah, so I've seen some of these stats, and basically young women actually earn more than young men in the same jobs up until somewhere in, I think, their 30s when it flips. But yeah, when you're young, it is usually women who earn more money.
Like a lot of money now, but it's a growing trend that has never been seen before. It's so bad that it's really starting to affect the dating world. American women have never been this resigned to staying single. They are responding to major demographic shifts, including huge and growing gender gaps in economic and educational attainment, political affiliation, and beliefs about what family should look like.
And by the way, I just feel the need to point out, I made very good money up until I was laid off recently for years, and I never got a single date. And I'm not like, I'm not like the best looking guy. I'm pretty average for the most part, physically. But it's like, the standards are just way too high. So they're like, oh, I want a guy who makes like a lot more money than me. Okay, well, I'm here. But it's like, oh no, not you. You're not 6 feet tall. You don't look like Henry Cavill. And these people will turn around and call. I'm just gonna look this up. See if I can find a good image of what I'm explaining here. Dalglish. I didn't know his middle name was Dalglish. That's a weird name. Okay, well maybe I can't find a good photo. Oh, God, this is gonna seem super gay. But I just want to explain something. Okay, yeah, here you go. See, I've literally this picture, or like from this scene in Superman. I think it's a Superman. I have literally seen women refer to this as dad bod. They're like, "Oh, you don't need to have a great physique or anything. You just need to look like this." And it's like, this is like one of the top 1% of men in fitness. Like this dude is a Giga Chad right here. I wish I looked like him. And yes, women will refer to that as dad bod. That is what women refer to as dad bod. And yes, if you know Camelot 331 on YouTube, he's also like a really, really super fit guy. He is spot on when he explains that when women say they want a dad bod, this is what they're referring to. They're not talking about like, the standard like skinny fat look. They want this. Yeah, exactly. No, so it is ridiculous how much these guys have to go through. Like, if you've ever seen Henry Cavill, I love Henry Cavill. He's such a cool dude. If you've ever seen the kind of work he has to go through just to like get in shape for movies and everything, and On top of that, usually for shirtless scenes, these actors, what happens is they actually have to dehydrate themselves, so they won't drink any water for like a day before they have to do these shirtless scenes. So it's like, yeah, like you can see he's got like I think he's got an 8-pack here. But yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, yeah, a lot of them are on steroids too. I don't know if Cavill is, maybe he is, maybe he isn't. But he's never really commented on it, as far as I know. But yeah, so it's like if I have to look like that, basically you have to be Henry Cavill just to get attention from women these days. And no, absolutely no hate on Henry Cavill. I think he's a very cool guy. Everything I've seen of him, he loves his, he supports his fans. So, good dude. He gets screwed over way too much. But yeah, this is what women expect now. Yeah. And here I want to lose some weight to maybe tone up, but if that's dad bod, I never will have a chance in hell. But then I'm 40 working retail. Yeah, fractured. I know what you mean. I've been trying to lose weight. I took James's advice and switched to diet sodas, and I think that's helped. But I still so I very much have these stereotypical Indian genetics where I'm like, I look like a potato with toothpicks. So I've been working out for like 3 years, but I've barely built any muscle just because I suck. But it's like my arms and legs are like toothpicks, and then I have like and then my torso is like a potato. I just have like the rest of me doesn't look necessarily fat, but then I just have like a giant gut, and that's like peak Indian genetics. So it's like, yeah, yeah. No, it's heavily diet. That's my problem, I think, because I like eating out too much. Yeah. No, sir. Yeah, Sergey, you go to the gym every other day. Yeah, I don't go to the gym. I have a set of adjustable dumbbells and I just work out at home. But I work out 4 days a week. So yeah, India, not Native American, Indian like India, because my parents are from India. So yeah. Well, fractured. I think it's good to do both because the nice thing is that once you do start building some muscle, it's not a huge effect, but whatever muscle you build will actually. Yeah, exactly, Neo. I sometimes I'll say gas station, not casino, because I think it's funnier. Um, but yeah, so once you build a little bit of muscle, the muscle will actually increase your metabolism because your body needs to sustain that. Your body needs to use those extra calories to sustain the muscle. So if you work out while you're dieting, you actually are probably going to lose a bit more weight. Or a bit more fat, anyway.
Look like. More women than men are attending college, buying houses, and focusing on their friendships and careers over dating and marriage.
Yeah, that's concerning. I poop a lot. What? Sergey, what? You poop a lot more? What does that have to do with anything? I don't think that has to do with your metabolism. I think that's more like how much fiber you're getting in your diet. But yeah, this is concerning because like I have a friend. Yeah, coffee would do it. Yeah, I have a friend who got married a few years ago, and he and his wife just had a baby. They're very nice people. They're very nice people. He basically bought a house, and his wife is a very very sweet. So I don't think that she's necessarily like one of those crazy people. Um, like he had, I think, before they even got married, he had bought a house specifically so that they would have that. Um, like that is what you're basically expected to do these days is you have to basically have everything set just so that just for a woman to kind of just show up and take over. Yeah, fractured. I'm guessing trade school doesn't count as college.
The challenges of finding a romantic partner have been made more complicated by a growing divide in education and career prospects between men and women. In 2024, 40% of American women ages 25 to 34 had a bachelor's degree, according to Pew, compared to 37% of men. A bachelor's degree increases net lifetime earnings by an estimated $1 million. Women are doing comparatively well when it comes to education in their early years in the labor force, and men are doing comparatively badly. Men's economic struggles seem to be having the biggest effect on women without a college degree.
They did the meme, chat. They did the meme. They did the meme. Okay, I don't see it here, but here we go. Know your meme. I appreciate you know your meme. You have it. You have it best. Rolled in. Why are you showing me this? Yeah, world ends tomorrow. Women and minorities hardest hit. Yeah. Women most affected. They did the meme. Is this septum theory? Sorry, I just had to look this up. Septum theory. Nose ring theory is a theory coined linking feminist ideologies. Yes, this is accurate. This is accurate. I was not expecting to see this today, but it's accurate. You see a nose ring. You see a nose ring. You know it's a lunatic. You know it's a lunatic, especially if it's the septum ring. Yeah, you know as much, Sergey says, you know as much as they hate hookup culture. I understand what happens because these things society. Yeah, some people don't want to be dedicated. Well, it's a combination of women who want to get with like those perfect guys, but those perfect guys there we go. Spam. Sorry, just Twitch is such a disaster. There's a spam bot on Twitch, and fine, I'll just ban it. Yeah, so it's a combination of women who want these like, they want the perfect guys, and those guys have a lot of options because all the women want them, and because the women want them, they'll give it up for those guys, and then they'll go, and so they're sleeping around doing that, and then that's those guys are sleeping around because they can, and then you have the other guys who can barely get any interest from women who, if a woman suddenly does decide to hook up with them, then of course they're going to take that opportunity because, what else are they going to do? You'd be stupid not to, so, yeah. Yeah, this, well, yeah, there's that too. There's that too, Sergey. Economically, society. Yeah. Yeah, so Fractured, you've seen the nose ring thing too. Yeah. I've noticed it a long time. I think, personally, especially this type, I don't like nose rings in general, but especially the septum piercings, I think they're really, really gross looking because from far away, it just looks like you have a booger. It looks like you just have boogers in your nose. Slosh, what up, buddy? We're still reacting. We're still reacting because I keep going off on tangents. Yeah, Bebop from Team. I think is that the pig character Fractured? Is that the pig character? Yes, it's the pig character. It's the pig character. Wonderful, wonderful reference. There's also the oh man, there's actually the Mario Kart World. Let me see if I can find it. I know I posted this a while back. It was like, no, it's not here. Like, there's no meme here. Well, okay, so there was somebody posted a picture of the cow in Mario Kart World. Let's see if we can find at least find the photo of the cow. Yeah, so tweet here. Okay, no, fine. But yeah, you can see the cow. The cow has the septum ring because this is what the septum rings always end up looking like. Right. This is what the septum rings end up looking like. You end up looking like a cow. And someone posted it. Someone posted this picture when Mario Kart World was announced with a cow, and the caption was, "Big day for bitches with nose rings." So, yeah. Neo, you think septum? Neo, you like nose studs? I've never liked any kind of nose ring because nose studs to me they just look like you have a weird mole or you have like bad acne. But yeah, that's just me. Slosh, you're adding your Metallica. Nice, Slosh. I'm excited to see your Metallica medley. Yeah. Unfortunately, chat, the problem is that despite the nose rings, you can tell this girl is a complete lunatic, and I would let her ruin my life. But anyway, back to the reacting.
Degree, whose marriage rates by 45 have plummeted to 52% for those born between 1930 and 1980, according to research by Cornell University. Young men without a degree are struggling so much as a group that there simply aren't enough with steady jobs and earnings for non-college women to date. Men are poor, women most affected. Modern women are no longer tied to their gender role. Birth control has freed them from the prison that is their biology, and they are making...
Yeah. Yeah, Neil, I didn't know if you wanted to I didn't know if you wanted to tell people about it, but yeah, Neo and I are working together on some stuff, so I'm excited. I'm really excited to work with Neo on this stuff, on stuff. But yeah, so she mentioned the birth control. So this is just something I have to explain. A lot of people, I'm sure a lot of people know this, but the thing about the birth control pills is that they are actually probably a source of the dropping testosterone in men that we talked about earlier. So what happens is birth control is heavily... so basically when women take a lot of birth control, their urine ends up excreting a huge amount of estrogen, because I think that might be roughly how the birth control pill works, is that it's just a huge amount of estrogen that like floods your system. And so they end up excreting all this estrogen, and that ends up in your water supply because it's not filtered out. So our water is just being more and more filled full of estrogen. And so that's one of the reasons that testosterone is dropping. And then the other thing is, if you've heard, the birth control pill, because it messes with women's hormones, it makes them more likely to be interested in men that they normally wouldn't be interested in, and not interested in men that they otherwise would be interested in. So a lot of times, I didn't even know there were birth control pills for men, but yeah, that's weird, Sergey. But for women, a lot of times there are stories about how women will stop taking birth control after they get married, and then they realize they're not actually attracted to the guy that they're married to. And then, next thing you know, divorce and all that. Yeah, it's so it's not good. It's not good. Next thing you know, she's dragging your kid out to California to chop his ding dong off and turn him into a girl. Nah, that got dark. But yeah, that is a thing, and it is one of the... So, they'll screech about... we were talking earlier, the Republicans, they'll screech about, men and women's sports, the transgenders, but they won't help a poor guy whose ex-wife is basically kidnapping his kid, taking him to California to do the surgery to him. Yeah, fractured. It is. Yeah, it is probably the same story. The poor kid, his poor dad. The dad's name is Jeff Younger. He's on Twitter. I follow him. Yeah, he's the poor guy. But yeah, that got dark. That got dark. I think so. Fractured. Yeah, I think it's like the kid's stepmom or something. But yeah, judges almost always give everything to the mom in these cases, which is another reason that men are afraid to get married and all that. It's like, the most important thing in your life is going to be your kids, and if she's just going to take my kids away from me, that's no good.
Making their own money, sometimes more than men. They can have it all. They can do anything. They can be...
Yeah, Slosh. There's that too. And that one got turned into a reality TV sideshow, the Jazz Jennings thing.
anything, while at the same time men are still expected to be the provider. And more importantly, many men still want to be the provider, but they can't. And women, though strong and independent, still want men to be the provider.
And as a woman, I want a strong man who is a protector and a provider that will go to war if need be, that will protect me, protect my family, make money.
Basically, men are like, we're worried we're not making enough money. And women are like, we're worried men are not making enough money. Hello class, I am Miss...
We're worried men are not making enough money, but also we want to make the same amount of money as men, and we want them to make more than us. Yeah, they literally want something that is physically impossible.
On head, I am substituting for your teacher today. She was arrested for molesting a 12-year-old boy. So today we are learning about the graph. This is the growth in productivity versus hourly compensation graph. And you can trace almost everything bad happening in society back to this graph. As you can see, productivity increased while compensation barely grew over the same time period. Notice they tracked very closely up until around 1972. Now, what happened around 1972, class? Well, the top marginal tax rate was reduced from 70% in 1964 to 50% by 1981. The federal minimum wage began to stagnate, income going to the 1%, rose.
Now, I'm not sure that reducing the tax rate, the top tax rate, is that meaningful. I mean, I'm against taxes in general, but I'm not sure that that is the real problem here. I think it's more to do with inflation and wages just plain not keeping up.
Rose from 9% in the 60s to 16% in 2023. CEOs also went from making 20 times more than the average worker to making 350 times more than the...
That is a problem. I mean, to be honest, I think a lot of CEOs don't actually do all that much. They just kind of sit around, play golf, and then throw tantrums. Like the CEO of Chase Bank, for example, he threw a huge tantrum about people not being in the office and stuff. I don't think he does any real work. I really don't think he does.
Than the average worker. Anything else? Anything else happen around 1972? Yes, Jimmy, that is correct. Women joined the workforce around this time, but we don't have to get into that today.
Oh, yes, we do. So I'm going to get a lot of squawking for this, but I'm just going to say it. Women in the workplace was not a good thing. It has been a real problem in a lot of ways. Because, the women are more depressed that they're in there. It's created all sorts of minefields. But the biggest thing is, and we're gonna have a little economics lesson here, chat. We're gonna do some basic economics. Supply demand curve. So if we take a basic supply and demand curve here, let's look at. Let's just use that. So here you go. We have a basic supply and demand curve here, right? You can see, let me see if I can just, here we go. Okay, so now as you know, as I'm sure you know, because you're a smart chat, you have your supply curve, the blue, you have your demand curve, that's the red. Equilibrium, that is your price. Okay. So now, chat, I want you to go on a little basic economic journey with me here. So now I want you to think about this from a labor market perspective. So think about demand. That's the jobs, available jobs, right? Now you have good movie. God damn it, Neo! I'm trying to be an economics teacher. So you got your supply curve here, right? Supply. This is the labor pool. This is your labor market. So we're talking about the supply of labor, that is workers, basically. Demand, that is jobs. And where they meet, that is your price. Now, price, that is going to be the price of labor. That is to say, wages, effectively. So think about what happens when you flood the supply of labor with basically what happens when you flood the supply of labor, but you don't change demand. The jobs don't change. The only thing that changes is the number of workers. What happens is this blue line is going to move up, right? And so on the left side here, we have price. That's the vertical quantity. That's the that's the horizontal. So the blue curve moves up, right? So now I can't draw on this. It's too bad there's no way to annotate it. Basically, what's going to happen is you're going to have oh, excuse me, it's not going to move up. It's going to move down. The blue line moves down. Really, it moves to the right, but it's going to look like it's moving down just because of the way the curves work. What's going to happen is you increase the quantity, and your price is going to fall dramatically. And this is what they wanted. So when price falls dramatically, that is to say the wages fall dramatically. So you see where I'm going with this. So if you let's say double the labor supply by forcing women into the workplace, suddenly you don't have to pay anybody as much as you used to, because now you have double the people competing for the same jobs. And this is the same impulse behind all the illegal immigration labor, all the H-1Bs, all the foreign workers, all the diversity. That's what this is really not like the low-level HR types, but your high-level globalist types. That's what the real push behind diversity is for, is to get more people working these jobs, because ultimately the goal is so that these big companies can pay people less. That is the impetus behind all of this. So yeah, that is the major problem with women in the workplace, is that it flooded the labor supply, it flooded the labor market, and completely suppressed wages.
Today. The fact is, hard work no longer guarantees success, and
that is extremely true. Hard work, there is no guarantee anymore that hard work will pay off. I mean, you can see that in company loyalty, right? Like, you can work for a company really hard, make them so successful for years, and then suddenly you're laid off.
And the will to work is tied to the fruits of your labor. And young men are fed up today because 90% of that fruit is rotten. Now, is there...
My name is Andrew Ryan, and I come to you with a question. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his own brow? No, says the man in Washington. It belongs to the poor. No, says the man in San Francisco. No, says the genderqueer in San Francisco. It belongs to everyone. No, says the man on Wall Street. It belongs to the billionaires.
Is there some truth to modern young people being lazy? Sure, I guess. Every generation had lazy people. And we do basically live in late-stage mouse utopia, after all. Young people today are faced with two options: revolution or escapism. And a lot of them are choosing escapism. Many have basically given up, but it's not like they didn't try. They tried, and they found out the juice just isn't worth the squeeze. Whether it's...
Yeah, you're right, Fractured, exactly. You can work like crazy, show everything, do everything, and then they just never give you anything in return. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, what she said just there, that phrase, the juice isn't worth the squeeze, that applies to just about everything nowadays, you know, with dating a lot. It seems to be that with dating, you know, the women just aren't worth all the work you have to put in. The jobs, they barely pay. I mean, jobs want to pay, a lot of these jobs want to pay you so little that you would actually lose money for working the job. Like you would actually you would actually lose money like trying to work the job compared to just doing nothing.
Whether it's college, dating, or the job market. And in a way, many young men are kind of choosing revolution. The never-before-seen large shift rightward in young men is a small revolution in a way. They're saying
Really just don't understand men. I mean, just read this. What's the this is the New Yorker, it looks like, just from the font.
What's the matter with young male voters? If Kamala Harris loses the election to Donald Trump, disaffected young men will inevitably shoulder much of the blame for the simple reason that the children are our future, and nothing is scarier than angry dudes.
I mean, I guess it's good they're scared.
saying, this isn't working for me, this sucks, I hate this, I want something different. This is also manifesting on the Democrat side in general. The young men that are still voting left are voting further left. You saw this recently in New York City, where Zoran Mamdani, a self-proclaimed democratic socialist...
Hey, Wingus Dingus, welcome, man. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, maybe young men are tired of being the whipping boy constantly. Yes! Yeah, they are. They are, exactly. I don't know if I still count as a young man. I don't know, do I still count as a young man? I don't know. But I mean, I know I am.
Won the Democratic primary. Young men are tired of the establishment, left and right. They're tired of the system and they want to burn it down and start again. They want something.
Yeah, it's like, you can only hear, you know, you're the problem, you're the bad guy so many times before you just finally go, you know what, screw it. You're right, I am the problem, I'm going to be the problem, and I'm going to be the biggest problem you've ever seen.
Something that works for them, because this is not working for them.
If you wake up one morning and you find yourself in a society where 23-year-olds with 4-year college degrees and like initiative who aren't smoking weed every day, if they can't make enough to buy a car, much less a home, much less get married, much less have children, then why should you be surprised when half of them say they prefer socialism?
I do like Tucker Carlson. He's not always, he's not always perfect, but he's spot on a lot of the time, and he's completely right here. He is completely right. If your hard work is not paying off, a lot of people are going to go, okay, well, if my hard work isn't paying off, I might as well just be a leech. I mean, you just proved to me that my work isn't meaningful, so why not?
Huh. Fox News should hire that guy. There is an entire...
Do I really have to say it, chat?
Generation of fighting aged men who are enraged and feel like they have nothing to live for. You should probably start caring. When they...
Yeah, the thing about the angry fighting aged men, here's the bigger problem with that. In the olden days, they would try to drum up war. They are trying to drum up war, and they just try to draft people. But I don't think that's going to work anymore, because I think, while at the same time, yeah, young men are so like disillusioned that they don't care. They also really, really hate everybody who's trying to screw with them. So if you try to draft the young men, I think there's a good chance you're just going to... I think there's a good chance that that the people who try to come and pick up the young men they're drafting are probably just going to get shot. Like, there is just no appetite whatsoever.
When they saw this airing on Fox News, they saw an angry woman nagging in their faces about how everything wrong in the world is their fault. An all too familiar thing they have been hearing for far too long. But unfortunately for Democrats, nobody under the age of 60 watches Fox News, so this is not really going to have an effect on young men whatsoever. So keep that $20 million. You might still need it, unless we get dragged into another war in the Middle East.
Wait. Speaking of the $20 million on how to talk to men, did you guys see the Ham Planet that they hired? to reach their name. Okay, Olivia. Yeah, there it was. This is the funniest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, this was a couple months ago. Okay. Democrats use obese woman to court male voters. This is not a joke. This was a real thing. It's hilarious. It's like, what were you even thinking with this? After 4 disastrous years portioning 2024 election, Democratic Party's admission about back voters and blah, 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 blah. I don't really care about that. But yeah, men hate these people, men hate the Democrats. So they hire a female Democrat activist to attract men back to the party. While you might expect them to pick a young, attractive woman to appeal to young men, they instead chose morbidly obese, left-wing content creator Olivia Juliana. Not only is she about 500 pounds, but Juliana said that she has spent a lot of time on college campuses and found that young men, particularly frat boys, are almost always pro-choice, doubt, pro-gay marriage, I don't think they care, and support Black Lives Matter. I really doubt that young guys support Black Lives Matter. I mean, yeah, this is who they think will appeal to young men. It's like I don't think you could pick a worse person except maybe let's see. I don't think you could pick anyone worse except maybe Gorlock the Destroyer. You know, this might be if you really wanted to do a bad job, this is who you would pick. But it's like they would have been better off hiring like Zendaya, who is, I mean, she's not ugly, but she's also not terribly appealing. Yeah, I mean, I guess picking Gorlock might at least be kind of funny. But yeah, I mean, if they actually wanted to appeal to men, they'd lean into the whole AOC, big booty Latina. They'd lean into that meme. Yep. Let me see if I can find it because it's just such a good meme. Oh, no,
hey guys.
Here we go.
AOC, my favorite big booty Latina. I love you, AOC. You're my favorite. She wants to kill babies, but she's still beautiful. You look very beautiful in that dress. You look very sexy. Look at that booty on AOC. That's my favorite big booty Latina. I want to do a little selfie. I love it. My favorite AOC. Nice to meet you, AOC. Look how sexy she looks in that dress. Woo, I love it, AOC. Hot, hot, hot like a tamale.
Yeah, I mean, they would have been better off just leaning into that, honestly. Don't give them ideas. Yeah, I mean, and she's kind of attractive. She's not like, she's not like a 10 out of 10 or anything, but I kind of see it. But like they could have just leaned into that. They could have hired what's her face? That Sabrina Carpenter girl. Or yeah. Basically all they really had to do was hire some hot actress and be like, look, see, she's a Democrat. And that'd probably help. But they couldn't even do that. They're that bad. Well, once again, the meme. Men are easy. Just be nice to them. Many women fail this simple task.
If we do get dragged into another war in the Middle East, young men might come running back to the Democratic Party. Maybe not even a George Bush II electric boogaloo will have men coming back to the Democratic Party. Hopefully we don't find out. And as I'm editing this right now, a lot of young people, even the podcast bros, seem pretty upset about the Epstein thing, but
yeah, the Epstein thing has disillusioned a lot of people. And like I said earlier, Owen Schroyer has just been like hammering it at how badly Trump has handled it. I don't think people are going back to the Democrats necessarily, but the Democrats are going to campaign on it. So
Democrats won't take advantage of the situation in order to protect the Clintons, so maybe not even this will save them, but we'll see, I guess. Hold on one second. That's better. So that was that video. What do you think of the male loser epidemic? Do you agree with Tommy Lauren? Is it all men's fault? Leave your comments below. I read them all. I am probably reading them right now as you type them. Wait, don't write that. No. You can't say that. No, it doesn't matter if it's with an A. If you like this video, please subscribe, and if you can, donate to me on Patreon or leave a little tip with the little tip jar down below. I'll give it a little heart. It helps the channel, and I appreciate it so much. And I will see you guys again soon with a new video, a new slop video, because I know you gremlins love that shit. Bye!
Yeah, so that was Shu's video. Let me drop a link in the channel if you wanna check out her video or subscribe to her, all that stuff. She's cool. But yeah, that was the Shoe on Head React, my first official YouTuber Shoe on Head React. So guys, I'm a real VTuber now. I'm a real VTuber now because that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to react to Shoe on Head videos. So yeah, let me close this out, and I need to grab a drink of water. My throat is very very dry. And then I will fire up some Grim Fandango. All right, I will be right back, chat. Chat, we're back. I got my glass of water, and I emptied the water in my bladder. So we are gonna play some Grim Fandango. If I can. Okay, GOG wants to update Cyberpunk. I should really just uninstall Cyberpunk. I don't know why I still have that installed. Right, that React took a long time, so I don't think we'll get through the entire act here. Yes, there we go. Here we are, chat. So if you remember last time, we had just escaped from this city, El Maro. Yeah, I think that's what it was called. So, yeah, we got there, went through the that weird forest area. So now we have finally arrived at, and this is actually I think my favorite part of the game. We have arrived in Rubacava. Yes, I'm going to be doing the silly Mexican accents for everything, just to be funny. Yeah, so you can't see it now, just because we just got here. But as we go along in the game, it will become more obvious why this is such a cool area. So you'll see it later, but basically it's like once I think Act 2 kicks in, Rubacava becomes a really cool I guess you could call it like a really cool like noir detective-y kind of thing. It's very cool. Just check it out.
Ooh.
I did not realize that was the right thing to do. Just jump in the ocean, and then apparently
You gotta watch your step around here, stranger. Rubacava ain't the quaint little port town she used to be. Well, hell, looks like there's a new vessel in town. Pardon me whilst I go check her out.
I didn't even realize that, because later on in the game, you actually can go over that way, and you just go to like...
I think I'll wait for the fog to clear before I try exploring town again.
Later on, you can actually go over there, and you'll see like a pier and stuff. Why don't we just go follow him?
Well, actually, it's mostly stock with a few mods here and there.
So, would those be glass packs I'm hearing, or turbos?
Let's try to talk to him.
There was this one high-pitched whine it was making, really grating noise, you know? And I searched and searched, but I couldn't find
So
the
Fractured,
source of the
this
noise
is
until we pulled in
LucasArts.
here.
Was it the blower?
No, it was Manny screaming in the back like a cat tied to a cruise missile.
That's a good one.
Hola.
I
Hey,
love
Manny,
Gladys.
Dockmaster Velasco here says he's got a place we can dry dock the bone wagon for a while.
Oh, yeah. We can't leave a beauty like this out in the fog, or her chrome will get pitted.
Pitted? Did you hear that, Manny?
You folks gonna stay in Rubacava for a spell?
Yeah. So Fractured, this is this is made by I forget exactly who from LucasArts was involved. I think Tim Schafer was, because Double Fine did the remaster here. Okay, so Tim Schafer was the director for this game. Huh. Yeah, so there you go, Tim Schafer. See,
We're here looking for a woman named Mercedes Colomar.
I'm not too good with names. Did she have any distinguishing marks or a tattoo?
Not that she showed me.
Well, like I said, I'm as good with names as you are with the fog.
He's never gonna let that go.
How do you get around here with all the mist?
When you've strolled these docks as long as I have, Pilgrim, you know where you are by the smell of the sea, by the sound of the lonely foghorn, by the icy touch of the cold, salty air.
Wow. Manny, could I have an eye patch?
So what's my favorite Neo? Grim, Full Throttle, or Day of the Tentacle? So I haven't really played Day of the Tentacle. I launched it once. I didn't really understand what was going on, and so I had to find out, like I found out later it's a sequel to Maniac Mansion. And it's so bizarre. I've never understood when companies will remaster a sequel, but they won't remaster the original. Why is there no remaster for Maniac Mansion, but only for Day of the Tentacle? Same thing with like Ninja Gaiden. They did the Ninja Gaiden 2 remaster, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, but they didn't remaster 1. I don't really get that. So I can't really comment on Day of the Tentacle. Full Throttle I have played once, and it was pretty good. But I would say that Grim Fandango is probably my favorite. Because I really like the plot, the writing, the voice acting is superb, and just the general atmosphere of the game. It is so much fun. Yeah, Fractured, it is worth trying out, Grim Fandango. It is a really fun game. Sergey Leonardo DiCaprio is making a Captain Planet TV series. Well, it's on brand for Leonardo DiCaprio. Sergey, you're tempting me. You're tempting me to fire up my the virtual machine again, just so I can play the theme song to the Fairly Odd Parents version of Captain Planet, which was Captain Green and the Eco Teens. Goes, it's Captain Green and the Eco Teens, picking up trash and recycling things, doing our part, hugging a tree, solving problems non-violently. And it was lame. Anyway, we'll stop with my terrible singing.
Can I just ask, what is under the eye patch? Because I know it's not an eye.
Oh, well, when I was alive,
I
had
love
an eye
Fairly Odd
patch
Parents,
like this.
Sergey.
This one's just
It was
for the
always
phantom
overshadowed by
pain, and
SpongeBob.
that one eye socket
but-
used to scream like a banshee when the trade winds blew, so I plugged her.
Yeah, yeah. Fairly Odd Parents, especially the first couple seasons of Fairly Odd Parents were really good. The last 2 seasons fell off pretty badly though, because they had I think the second to last season, it was 10 seasons, I think. Season 9 added that dog, who was very annoying. And then season 10 got rid of the dog, just never mentioned it again. But it got even more annoying because then they added that girl. Yeah, it was not, yeah, it wasn't good. But the first couple seasons were great. Especially before Butch Hartman left to work on Danny Phantom. And then, yeah, Fairly Odd Parents kind of degraded. But then Danny Phantom was really good. I loved Danny Phantom.
I might be here a while. Is there any work in this town?
Well, there's lots of work down at the docks, but it's all union work. And
Also, I like how Manny is just dressed like Fidel Castro.
Hey, Manny. We were in the middle of a conversation here.
Hey, okay.
Really, Sergey? Well, I heard it. So, Sergey, I heard that the new Superman movie is not woke or anything. I've heard some people say it's kind of woke. But it's not, like, excessively woke. But I've also heard it's pretty bad. Like, it's just not a good Superman movie. So I hope you like it. Yeah, I hope you have a good time. But, I mean, you know, especially after they screwed over my boy Henry Cavill, I'm not really interested in seeing it. What is this?
I hate the way mustard spouts get all crusted like that. The glove compartment on the bone wagon is full of tiny ketchup and mustard packets, not to mention soy sauce. I really don't need any more.
Really, Fractured? Now they did Jor-El dirty. I am so sick of all these movies always turning like the superhero dads into the bad guy. Like, if you know, this is why I refuse to watch the Joaquin Phoenix Joker movie. And I mean, the sequel with Lady Gaga, that was, everyone says that was crap anyway. But the first one, they turned Thomas Wayne into a villain. So I'm like, really? And then the Telltale Batman. This is probably my biggest hatred of Telltale Batman, is that it turned Thomas Wayne into the villain. But Martha. Yeah, where did you hear that name?
Maybe I should place a personal ad. I tried it, believe me. It attracts the wrong kind of women.
Is that even a thing anymore? Personal ads?
This guy looks familiar.
You remember this guy? Remember Side of the Soul Chat? We gave him a walking stick. I mean, it's been a thing, Sergey, but I think it's becoming way too much of a trend. It's too common now in Hollywood. Because again, Hollywood is out of ideas with everything. The same goes with the game industry, in my opinion. Like, everything is just bad. That was one of the things I really liked about Final Fantasy XVI.
I'm ready to take you now. Manny Calavera, is that you? Didn't you used to be taller?
Yeah. Yeah, so like, that was one of the things I liked about Final Fantasy XVI, is that, yes, they kill off the dad pretty early on, but he's a good dad. Like, you very clearly love your dad. And it's actually the mom that's evil in Final Fantasy XVI. Yeah, disrespect toward dads has been a thing for a while. Yep. Yeah, it used to be just stupid and incompetent, now it's making them evil. You know what's funny? I would not have expected Disney, of all companies, to do this, but they have some pretty decent shows out. Cartoons on, like, the Disney Channel these days, with pretty decent dads. It's super weird. And, like, the shows are good. Obviously, there's Phineas and Ferb, which just came back. I love Phineas and Ferb. And, you know, the dad on Phineas and Ferb is just very lovable. But there's also a show called Big City Greens, which is like, it's like a bunch of country, it's like a country family that moves to the city. The dad on that show is pretty good. He's kind of like, imagine Hank Hill if Hank Hill were like cartoonishly boring, but also not as emotionally stunted. You know? And that's what the dad's kind of like. It's a very wholesome show. I recommend it. The little girl on the show, Tilly, she is the most adorable character ever.
I'm here to reclaim that walking stick. I broke it over the head of some hideous monsters in the forest. What are you doing here? Well, if you must know, it's about my wife. I got word that she passed away not long after I, and that she too was crossing the land of the dead on foot. It is said that all lost souls come to Rubacava, so I came here to wait for her. You must love her very much, also. Yes, this is true. Of course, she also has all of my money.
Wait, how does she have all his money? Are they dead?
I'm looking for a woman named Mercedes Colomar. Well, no one's come through town by that name, and you can take it from me. I, too, am looking for someone, so I watch the comings and goings around here very carefully.
So, Mercedes Colomar, if you guys remember from last time, she is Meche, the very nice woman that we were supposed to help, who went off on her own. And if you remember, she's the one that I said was voiced by Maria Canals, who was the voice of Hawkgirl in Justice League.
How do you know your wife hasn't gone ahead of you? Oh, Manny. If she had arrived here first, surely she would have waited for me. I'll help you find your wife. What did she look like? Oh, here. I got this from the DOD and made copies to hand out. Isn't she something? She must have been beautiful with skin. Weren't we all? So, know a good place to stay in town?
What's your price range?
Somewhere around the high end of nothing.
Then maybe, young man, it's time you started thinking about a job.
Can you get me a job here?
Have any skills?
Sales?
Well, that does qualify you for a certain position, but we only have one mop. I'm sorry, Manuel.
Janitor.
I've got to get this place ready to open.
Right. I'll let you know if I see your wife.
She'll be the one asking for her beloved Celso.
Really, Sergey? Live action Assassin's Creed? So, Sergey, do you know if it's going to be related to the movie from like 2016 or whenever that came out? Slosh likes the Hawk Girl from Gun Soups. You like the actress? Who's Hawk Girl? There's a Hawk Girl in the new Superman movie? Oh, the girl who played Dora the Explorer in that live action movie. Yeah, yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, I know that actress. Huh, interesting. I don't know. I guess that is funny. They picked another Hispanic actress to play Hawk Girl. Yeah, she's cute.
You sure a woman named Mercedes Colomar never came through this town?
She might have. I don't know.
She was also in the.
I'm no good with names.
She was also in the. What was it? That really awful Madam Web movie. So I think we need this photo.
It's Celso's wife. Actually, I don't think skin would help.
Let's try showing him this.
Ever seen this woman?
Oh, if this is the woman you're looking for, take my advice. Forget about her. She sailed out of here weeks ago in a cozy portside cabin built for two, and she wasn't alone.
Yeah, she was, and I think, if I remember right, she actually did look kind of decent. Everyone forgets about her because Sydney Sweeney was in that movie, and they made her look really bland. But yeah, she was in there.
How do you know she sailed out of here? I don't believe it.
It's a tough break, Junior, but you gotta face it. Here, look it up in my port log if you want it in writing. 6 weeks ago on a Tuesday. Ticket for two, paid in full. I cracked the champagne on the bow myself.
Hey, Manny, we were in the middle of a conversation here.
Hey, okay.
Look, I know how you feel, son. Once I lost a very special lady myself. I waved to her from the docks as she sailed out of port, and I never saw her again.
What was her name?
The SS La Mancha was her name, but don't make me talk about her, because I just can't do it.
Plus, you saw Isabella Merced in Sicario 2. What's funny is I actually remember her way back when she was on Nickelodeon. She had some random... I don't even remember what the show was, but she had like a random Nickelodeon show that I never actually saw. Her name is... her name. She changed her last name at some point too. She used to be called Isabella Moner, I think. I don't know... I don't know why she changed her name. I don't know if she like got married or she just wanted a new stage name or something. Yeah, Sergey, my sister... So I was a Blue's Clues kid, Sergey. My sister loved Dora the Explorer. I also like how it's Dora the Explorer, but everyone just calls her Dora the Explorer. It's just funny. Even in Drake and Josh, I remember Crazy Steve was like, Dora the Explorer. Yeah, that was funny. He loved Dora the Explorer. Yeah, my sister loved Dora the Explorer, and I told her about that movie. I don't know if she ever ended up watching it. Yeah, I saw that there was a new movie that came out a couple days ago. I haven't seen it, but yeah, it looks like there's a different actress. I don't think the new movie is a remake, Sergey. I think it's supposed to be a sequel to the last one.
Velasco's logbook says Celso's wife took a bunk with a hunk.
By the way, chat, you are, as the text says on screen, you are welcome to backseat. So, if you think I'm getting stuck or doing something wrong, you're welcome to tell me.
Celso, your wife sailed out of here 2 months ago with another man. It's all in there.
Hey, Fallen Angel, thanks for coming by.
Greater constant in nature than the treachery of women.
Forget about her, Celso.
Have you forgotten yours?
That was oddly
I'm
on
going
topic.
after her. You take over my job here. This mop at least will never let you down. That compass in the handle will sure come in handy too.
Yes, now we're getting into the really good part of Rubacava. Now, so Fallen Angel, you are you missed the Shoe-on Head react that ran for like 2 hours, but we're getting into Grim Fandango, and we'll keep playing for a while. So, yeah, you're good, man. Glad you dropped by. The N-word meetup. Fallen Angel, you can say whatever you want in chat if you can get it through the filter, as long as it's nothing illegal. See what I mean, chat? Just look at this. Is this not awesome?
Hey, boss. You gonna come downstairs? I got a customer asking for you.
You know I don't like to mingle with the customers.
Well, you may want to mingle with this one. She sounds like your type.
Well, looks like a quiet night in old Rubacava.
See that you got like this jazzy noir aesthetic. So good. I don't think it's a James Bond Easter egg. Sergey, is there? What are you pointing out as a James Bond Easter egg, Sergey? I don't think there is. Slosh, you were saying you babysat your nephews and they would play, I assume, Dora the Explorer in the background and that freaking climb a mountain. I don't remember the climbing the mountain song, but I remember like Swipe or No Swiping. I remember the map song. Yeah, that's about all. No, Sergey, that's not a James Bond reference. The white coat and smoke on the balcony. It's just like a fancy casino look.
Ah, to sleep. Perchance to have nightmares about spiders and beavers.
Oh, I see what you're saying to Fractured, Sergey. Yeah, you were. I was saying Fallen Angel can say whatever he wants if he gets through the filter as long as it's not illegal. And you were saying it's a fractured filter. Yeah.
Can't. What if Mecha makes her big arrival and I sleep through it? Ah, Lady Luck.
So that's how we fix the casino.
My wartime communications from Salvador. He's been sending me messages like this for the last year.
Agent Calavera, I have word that you arrived in Rubacava safely. This is great news, as your service to the LSA may now continue. I am pleased to report the successful hatching of the eggs you liberated. The hatchlings, which Eva has named Manny and Meche, are quite healthy and eager to serve our cause. With luck, my next letter will be borne to you across the sky by these young gossamer wings of truth. For the revolution, Salvador Limones.
I'm not done reading it yet, but maybe later.
Yeah, I'm happy for Shu too, Fallen Angel. I always liked Shu. I followed her for like... God, I don't know if I followed her for 10 years, but I followed her for a long time. So, yeah. Good for her. She always seemed nice. I didn't know about the hair thing, though. I know she wears wigs, but I didn't know about her eating her hair. It's our boy Gladys.
Hello, Manny.
Hola. quiet night, huh, carnal?
Day of the Dead ain't good for business, Chief. But last night, remember last night, Manny? Oh, wait!
What's that you're playing?
Oh, this is just a little, you know, love song for a special lady.
Sing a little bit of that song, why don't you?
Well, I only have this part. Bone wagon.
I like it.
Sergey, when you say everyone but Bond is not white, are you saying like Q and M are not white?
You think she'll come in tonight?
Who, my special lady?
No, Meche.
You know what, Manny? I think she will. I got a feeling tonight's the night.
Huh. Well, I mean, I guess Q and M do get changed out, so I guess that's probably fine. I just hope they keep that same diversity with the enemies, so you know we're committing violence against black people.
You know, when we leave, I'm actually gonna miss this place.
Aw, Manny, why can't we just stay here? We got our fancy club, we got 3 squares a day. Max lets me take the bone wagon out on his kitty track once a week. Plus, we look good in these clothes.
Gladys, I can't live in this world forever. It's not where I belong. I've gotta find Meche and help her, because if it weren't for me, she'd have been on that train a year ago.
Okay, Manny.
Well, I'll let you get back to practicing.
I don't need to practice, man. I'm good.
Okay, Slosh. So it is very reflective of Bongistan.
Marillo de Oro. A very fine liqueur filled with solid gold flakes. Nothing but the best for my customers. My rich customers. Yes, I better take this with me. For safekeeping. Well, maybe just a sip.
Well, true. Yeah, Slosh. Britain is now a Muslim country, but yeah, the thing is, Sergey, in Uncharted, when you kill Mexicans and stuff, you're in their country, you know? So it makes sense that there's a lot of Mexicans and stuff. Let's talk to our old dude.
Not while they're losing. Everything okay down here?
I'm going to need some more chips if Monsieur Lucky does not call it a night soon.
You know, some people say you should always walk away from the table when you're on a winning streak.
Oh, yes, but I'm feeling extra lucky tonight.
Mind if I sit down, Charlie?
Of course not, Manny. I mean, it is
Fallen
your club,
Angel
right?
is that it is really sad that I can't tell if you're being funny or if you're being serious. See you, Sergey. Thanks for hanging out.
Right. So what are you doing in it? Didn't I tell you not to come back until you can pay your bar tab?
Oh, or they kicked me out of that cat track for printing fake betting stubs. So now I have to come here, Manny, which I love,
How did you print fake betting stubs?
With this. Isn't she beautiful? The last time I was incarcerated, I shared a cell with the most dishonest con man I ever met. He was strictly small time, and I managed to steal this from him quite easily.
Thanks. You never know when this may come in handy.
Hey, give that back to me, Manny.
Maybe once you settle your bar tab, eh, Charlie?
Oh, Manny.
What else can you counterfeit?
Nothing. Anything.
So can you make passports?
Manny, you still think like a living man in so many ways. No soul needs a passport. We are all citizens of the same nation, and our king rides a pale horse.
So no passports?
No. No, that little hologram is so tricky, you know?
How about driver's licenses?
Sure. Just, give me a recent picture, $50 in, about 2 weeks, okay?
When I think of something I need, I'll come back.
I'm not a wishing well, Manny.
Why aren't you over at the roulette tables?
The roulette is for lonely widows and Frenchmen. Why don't you get some slot machines, Manny? Everybody, old women, little children, they all love slot machines. And I have a system.
We know little
an
children love
infallible
slot
system
machines. That's
for
why they
beating
keep putting them into all these new EA games.
All my friends are lonely widows and Frenchmen.
Except me, Manny. I'm here to keep you sane.
Tell me your system, Charlie.
I can't tell you my secrets. Just this. You have to become one with
Exactly,
the bandit,
Fractured.
Manny. You have to get inside the machine and make it want to pay.
On second thought, stay away from my roulette tables. I think slot machines attract an undesirable element.
Oh, well, we're all undesirable, Manny.
Yeah, but your credit's no good to boot. That's a nice suit. Where'd you steal it?
Manny, if you learn to play the odds like Chowchilla Charlie, then maybe you too can have a suit this fine someday.
Well, I've got a club to run, so...
Oh, yes. Please, Manny. Get on with your glamorous life.
Le numéro gagnant, le 23.
Evening, Lupe.
Hi, Manny. I have to tell you about my new organizational system for the coats.
Think she'll come in tonight?
Manny, you ask me that every night. What am I supposed to say?
Well, you could be a little more encouraging.
I just hate seeing you get your expectations up every night like that.
I'm not giving up on her.
Hey, I don't want you to give up on Mercedes. Just have more realistic expectations, that's all.
Lupe is so sweet. I like her.
Let's try that again, shall we? Think she'll come in tonight?
Could be, Manny. Just hang in there.
Thank you. It's my fault she's out in the woods alone, you know.
If you say so, Manny.
How's the flow tonight?
We're dead tonight, Manny. Everybody's back home for the Day of the Dead, I guess. Except for the casino. The casino's hopping. Why is it that all the people who don't go home are the same people who just love to gamble?
Well, I guess when you've got nothing to go home to, you've got nothing to lose.
Hey, we should put that over the door.
Everything okay back in the land of fur and fedoras?
Everything's in order. It's beautiful. I can't wait for people to come in and try the new system. It's so cool. Want to hear about it?
Okay, tell me all the details about your new coat check system.
Yay! Okay, I found all these plastic tiles in the back, left over from the automat, and guess what? They all have numbers on them. So what I'm doing is, I give one to everyone who checks a code in and... Manny, you're not even listening to me. I go to all this work organizing your coats, and you don't even care.
Lupe.
Forget it. Don't pretend to care.
No, I want to hear.
Hup. Oh, I'll tell someone else about it. Someone who cares.
Please, tell me all about your new coat check system, really.
Don't patronize me, Cal.
Okay, back to work.
Okay.
I don't know. I like her. I like her, Fractured. Let me mess with the gambling.
Le numéro gagnant, le 21. Rouge, entre les passes. 21. Red. Mesdames et messieurs, faites vos jeux s'il vous plaît. Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bets. Mesdames et messieurs, rien ne va plus. Les jeux sont faits. Ladies and gentlemen, betting is closed. No more bets, please.
I don't know, Fraction. I think it's kind of cute.
Rouge, Impere manque. 9, red.
I like how she gets all excited about
Messieurs,
her,
faites vos jeux s'il vous plaît.
coat
Ladies
check
and
stuff.
gentlemen, please place your bets. Mesdames et messieurs, rien ne va plus. Les jeux sont faits. Ladies and gentlemen, betting is closed. No more bets, please.
Look out below.
Le numéro gagnant, le 9, rouge, Impere manque. 9, red.
This is an outrage. I bet on number 2. Why didn't it come up number 2?
Ah, monsieur, je suis vraiment désolé. I do not pick the winners. These things are all controlled by the man upstairs.
Well, please tell the man upstairs that Police Chief Bogan was very upset when he left. And when he returns later this evening, he would prefer to have better luck.
Oui, monsieur. Bonsoir. I will definitely tell him. Mesdames et messieurs, faites vos jeux s'il vous plaît. Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bets. Mesdames et messieurs, rien ne va plus. Les jeux sont faits. Ladies and gentlemen, betting is closed. No more bets, please.
Neo, are you talking about the police chief, the guy who lost, or are you asking about the guy in charge of the roulette thing? Could be. Now I gotta look it up. Chief Bogan. Let's see. Chief Bogan's voice actor is a guy called Barry Denon. Yeah, that was Chief Bogan. No, it's not. It's not Mark Hamill. It's a guy named Barry Denon. I do kind of hear the jokery sound though. Why don't we go talk to the what's his face guy? The announcer.
Le numéro gagnant, le 9, rouge, Impere manque. 9.
Everything okay down here?
What happened to Monsieur Bogan's lucky streak?
It ran out.
Well, so did he. Mesdames et messieurs, faites vos jeux s'il vous plaît.
Why don't we look around and see what we can find? Now here we go.
Meche?
Manny, help me. I've been lost for so long. Why didn't you look for me?
I did. You ran off. Why?
Because you said I was no good. I've been all alone in the world for a whole year.
And it's all because of you!
Yeah, I honestly have no idea what all that was about. It's Meche and Domino. Who needs to get deported, Fallen Angel?
this going to be an annual thing with you, Manny? Every Day of the Dead, you toss your bones into the drink and I fish 'em out?
I don't plan to be around that long, Velasco. As soon as I find out where that ocean liner's going, I'm after it.
Ho ho! That ship's going to Puerto Zapato. That's the other side of the world. Ain't no ships going out that way but the old Limbo here, but...
But nothing. If the Limbo's my only hope, then I'm already on board.
Well, good luck, son. That's all I got to say.
Well, Fallen Angel, considering everyone in this game is Mexican.
All right, so I'm ready to sail.
On what?
On the Limbo, man. Let's go.
Manny, the Limbo's not a passenger ship. She's small cargo, son. And every hand on board works.
I'll work.
What are your skills?
Sales and restaurant management.
Oh, hey, there is one opening on the Limbo's crew.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's in the engine room. And your buddy Glottis would be perfect for it, but he'd have to get his own tools.
Okay, if I get Glottis some tools, can we board?
He can, yes. No offense, Manny, but there's just no place for you aboard the Limbo. She's fully manned already. In fact, her whole crew's on board, ready to sail at dawn. Except for that one guy.
Who's the one guy who hasn't boarded yet?
Yeah, well, Seaman Naranja's a little late.
You're gonna hear a lot
But
about
he'll be
Seaman
here
in this
before they
part, chat.
sail.
What job did Naranja have?
He ran the galley.
Aha! Restaurant management.
Yeah, it's similar to what you're doing now. Except the fish is fresher on the Limbo.
What if Naranja doesn't show up? I can fill his spot, right?
Manny, you're not even in the Maritime Union.
I know that, and you know that, but we're two guys who can keep secrets, right?
Glottis is exempt, but the captain will ask for your card. And if you don't have one, they'll serve you to the sharks like chum. And what's worse, I'll get fined. It's a tough union, boy, and I don't mess with them.
So let me get this straight. If I get Glottis some tools,
then I can get him a job on the Limbo.
And if Seaman Naranja doesn't show up for work,
but he will,
and I get a Maritime Union card,
which you'll never get,
then I can sail on the Limbo in the morning.
Jeez. I guess so.
What kind of tools does Glottis need?
Authentic CB equipment only.
Where do I get authentic CB equipment?
Why don't you ask a CB? Afraid of getting stung?
Where do you think Naranja is?
Probably home selecting recipes for the trip.
What's going on in that bottle? A tugboat?
This happens to be a perfect scale replica of the SS Lumbago. I'm just having a little trouble getting the walking beam to fit in the neck here.
That's funny, because a lumbago is usually more of a problem in the lower back than the neck.
Yeah?
Nothing. I'd better go finish packing.
Aye, you do that, son.
It's locked.
I know, I locked it.
Is anything down that way? Alright, why don't we go find... Oh, wait, what is that?
Don't have that kind of equipment.
See you, Fallen Angel. Thanks for coming by.
It shone pale as bone as I stood there alone, and I thought to myself how the moon that night cast its light on my heart's true delight, and the reef where her body was strewn.
Look how there's a little skull face in the moon here. It's a nice little Easter egg. Let's look around a bit, see if we can find that seaman, as they call him.
This gate only leads up to the Lambada dock, and the Lambada's gone. I've got the lumps to prove it.
What's that? See you, Slash. Thanks for coming by.
There it is. Max's giant cat racetrack. How's a regular guy with 3 roulette tables supposed to compete with that?
I think this is where the Naranja guy is.
Looks like it hurts. Looks like it hurts.
Whoop! I need that. You need to hold still, or I need to strap you down.
Hola, Toro. ¿Cómo estás?
Not now, Manny. I'm in the middle of something with Naranja here.
Okay, so that is Naranja. Which means that we gotta do something here. I don't know what. There's something we can do to mess up the tattoo thing, but I'm not sure.
That's one old fridge. Not picking that up. It's a little cabinet. It's empty.
Yeah, I got to remember to get more liquid nitrogen from morgue.
Liquid nitrogen?
Freeze the bones, less painful that way.
Hey, that sounds good. I could go for that.
You got plenty of painkiller in that bottle of yours, so shut up and hold still.
See what I have in my inventory.
Calavera, it is indeed a great day for the revolution. Say hola to little Manny, the first enlisted messenger to serve the LSA. Please feed him some breadcrumbs and send him back quickly, so we may know.
There's stronger stuff than that in there already.
Yeah, Fracture, that was just a letter that I clicked on, but it just reads the letter out.
Do that.
I'm just gonna put that away.
Hello, operator? Yeah, it's me, baby. How'd you know? Hey, don't say that, sweetheart. You know I meant to stop by and... I'm more happy about leaving town every minute.
We need more stuff. Let's look around. Well, you might be able to see why I like this part of the game so much, chat. It's just very, very cool. Just the whole aesthetic.
Ugh, I'm not sure what I hate more, crowds or cats, but I'm definitely not going near either one today. Wow, somebody really liked this cat. Beloved Sandspoof, this regal and majestic feline was a record holder for speed and a favorite of the crowds here in Rubacava for many years, until her career was suddenly and tragically cut short on the second week of the racing season, when the airship Olivia 1, on its maiden voyage, crashed onto the track mid-race and exploded. Many bereaved fans testified later that before the blimp hit, Sandspoof was in the lead.
What's in here?
Fuchi, that smell es peor que la muerte.
That's interesting.
It says revolutionary design leaves can edges safe and smooth for Kitty.
An opener. One of the annoying things about these old point and clicks
This
is
cat
that
litter really needs changing. See? This is why I don't have a pet.
sometimes you that when you want to examine something, they have to like walk up to it. It's always mildly annoying. It's up the stairs here.
And again, the winner.
Hey.
Screeching for vengeance, followed by Litter Lover, Prince Winky Taka, Leeward Louie.
Looks like a great night for cat races.
Vengeful Pounce, Nose for Trouble, Cat Scratch Speeder. The next race will begin momentarily.
See here.
Hello?
Oh, hi! Betting stub, please.
What?
I need the betting stub for the race you're interested in.
Interested in how?
And the rest didn't seem the photo finish file for, of course.
Oh, I don't have a betting stub.
Oh, okay. Bye.
This one.
Anybody there?
Day here at Feline
Look,
Meadows.
I told you, we don't have any kitty hats today.
What?
You have to wait until Tuesday. That's kitty hat day.
I don't want a kitty hat.
Fine with me. What's your bet then?
I don't gamble. It's a conflict of interest for me.
Then why did you call me down here?
For the friendly conversation.
Our friendly guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have 15 minutes to place your bet.
Oh, sorry, monsieur, but this is the elevator to the High Rollers Lounge.
That's where I'm going.
It is members only.
You must be new.
And you must have a VIP pass to come upstairs. Adieu.
Butler is very annoying.
Getting ready for the next race.
Try going upstairs and seeing what's going on over here.
Well, Manny Calavera, you never come up here to see me anymore.
Well, I thought you could use the company with everybody gone for the Day of the Dead.
In that case, Manny, why don't you stick around until 6? That's when I get off.
Can I try out your metal detector?
What's your sudden interest in metal detectors, Manny?
I think it would look cool on my utility belt.
Well, I'll show it to you when I'm on break. How's that?
Busy night?
Hardly. Everybody's gone home for the holiday already. This place is dead, and I'm bored, Manny. Bored.
What's the shuttle waiting for?
They're just cleaning it, but they're very thorough. We run a tight ship here, you know.
When's your break?
Dawn.
Oh, that's too late. I'm shipping out tonight.
Yeah, right. I've fallen for that line too many times.
I think it's time for your break. We could slip in the back for a little drink. You can tell me all about your job, the danger, the metal detectors.
That back room's all business, Manny, and so am I.
What kind of business goes on back there, Carla?
Strip searches. And you don't qualify.
Why don't I qualify for a strip search?
Manny, I agree it would help pass the time, but we have procedures and rules here, and you never know when they're watching. I can only strip search people when a regular search turns up nothing.
Hey, it's worth a try.
Ooh, I love this part. Sir, if you will, please place all of your belongings on the security desk. Oh, you're clean. Rats, Manny, I almost got to strip search you.
Lot of paperwork.
Lot of passengers. Everybody's back home but you and me.
Why don't you come by the club anymore?
Well, to tell you the truth, Manny, it's your little coat check girl. All that bubbly energy, I just want to strangle her.
I've tried that. It doesn't stop her. So, is it time for your break yet?
I told you not till dawn. Kind of romantic,
Like Lupe.
though, don't you think?
I have an idea. I don't think this is how metal detectors work in real life. If I tried drinking this.
Well, maybe just a sip. I don't think I could swallow any more metal right now.
I think it'll treat the gold flakes as metal.
Sir, if you will, please place all
Yeah,
of
they'll
your
still find
belongings
them.
on the security desk. You sure you're not packing anything else?
Nothing that would set off that thing.
Then, sir, I'm afraid you'll have to step into the back with me.
Rules are rules.
And of course, with my dad being in the military, I remember...
Oh, really?
Yeah, the only industry in the area was figs. Acres and acres of fig
Hey,
trees
Carla,
everywhere you
that's an
looked.
awfully nice metal detector you have.
Did you just come back here to ask to borrow my metal detector?
Yes.
What is it with you in this thing? I'm sick of it, Manny. If this is all you want, you can fight the cats for it. Why is it all men are after the same thing? Except you. The only woman you care about is that Calamar dame, and she split on you. I don't know what she did to you, but you know what? I'm done trying to figure it out, pal.
Carla.
Amazing. Amazing, chat. Try talking to her again.
You
See
wouldn't
what
happen
she
to have a
says.
second metal detector around here, would you?
Sir, if you will, and then jump out the damn window.
Oh, Carla.
Oh, I think that's all we're gonna get out of her.
Bye, Carla.
Drop dead!
Didn't look at the metal thing on the ground.
It's locked. When did you put in a floor safe?
That's our new contained detonation chamber in case someone tries to come through here with a bomb.
Since when does Rubacaba have a terrorism problem?
This town's changing, Manny. It's getting tougher every day.
Not portable. It's locked.
Alright. Yeah, too bad we can't fractured. I also don't know how that works since they're just skeletons. Blimp here. I don't know how long it'll take to actually look at the blimp, but
Hey, the new blimp is already in full operation. Let's just hope they fill it with something non-flammable this time.
ah.
I know that statue's supposed to mean something about justice, but I don't know.
Let's see what's over here. Let's check this place out. Whatever it is.
Reward offered for cargo stolen from shipyard receiving area, including a large suitcase bearing the initials HL.
HL. Do we know an HL?
Reward offered for cargo. I think I can remember that. What a horrible jail cell. Then again, it sure taught Glottis a lesson that time. Only Police Chief Bogan knows how to get in there.
Check out what's down here.
Late night at the morgue, isn't it, Membria?
The morgue.
You know I can't sleep with John Doe's on the slab, Manny. If I don't ID these rose gardens tonight, I won't be ready for the two that come in tomorrow. And before you know it, I'm up to my ass in azaleas.
So if you're not familiar with what's going on here, chat, the morgue is where people who are sprouted go. Sprouted is basically their equivalent of getting shot and killed. It's how they kill skeleton, quote unquote, kill skeletons.
Any leads?
I know it's a poor coroner who blames his tools, Manny. But how am I supposed to turn up anything with the equipment they give me?
Hey, I had a government job for years, man. I know how you feel. What a sad story. These stews sprouted and no one came down to claim them?
Death makes sad stories of us all.
Is he?
How's business?
Booming, unfortunately. More crime every day. And more sproutings like these. Something's happening back in El Morro, I think. And its dark hand is finally reaching us here in Rubacava.
What exactly are you looking for?
I'm digging for a treasure that part of me does not wish to find. For when I uncover that sad doubloon that tells me who this poor soul is, my reward is not riches, but the chance to make a phone call and break somebody's heart. Of course, with this equipment, the search could go on for some time.
He doesn't seem like the punny type, Fractured, unfortunately.
Can I help?
Sure. Grab hold of this leaf right here. Manny?
I can't do it.
I know. I was just testing.
How do you do this job?
Without becoming jaded, you mean? My secret to happiness, Manuel, is that I have the heart of a 12-year-old boy. I keep it over here in a jar. Would you like to see it?
Well, that got dark quick.
Sorry. Old coroner joke.
Do you ever worry that your job is getting to you, Membrillo?
Well, forensic botany is a trying job, Manny. But have you ever spent much time here with a florist? In life, they became florists because they love flowers. But here, a flower is a symbol of pain, of death within death. Their conflicted feelings build and build, and eventually, they become quite mad.
Thanks for the tip. I guess I'll send balloon bouquets from now on. Membrillo, why do you stay in town? Why don't you head off toward the Ninth Underworld?
Manny, you can only search for something for so many years before you stop believing in it altogether.
That's like, poor guy.
You don't believe in the Ninth Underworld?
Why do you think we're all here in Rubacava?
Because you're waiting to earn off your time or you can't afford passage or...
Manny, we've given up. All of us. When you've been here long enough, you will too.
Well, don't let me bother you.
Always nice to have visitors.
Digging through flower beds is Membrillo's job, not mine.
Let's get out of here. Where the elevator takes me. Oh, nice. Let's check out this place. Blue Casket.
Blue Casket. Just doesn't have the zing of Calavera Cafe, you know?
It's one of these hipster places. So what is with this guy's face? Like, do you see that? He barely has a face.
Hey, look! Deadbeats! Hi, what's your name?
They just completely ignore you.
But don't you see, when the government fades away, so will our troubles. Ah, nonsense. We will always need some armed force to fight off the return of capitalism.
That sort of fascist thinking is as dead as you are, comrade. When we get rid of all the guns, that's when people will begin to self-police. And the public opinion alone will keep them from committing crimes.
Hola, trust funders.
Hey, look who's making the scene. It's Manny Calavera.
This game would never be made today,
down,
chat.
The backside of the nouveau
They would
riche.
never make this
Beat
game
it, Dinner
today.
Jacket. We're talking about things you wouldn't understand, like truth and beauty.
Right? Yeah, he does. He does kind of look like a raisin. Yeah, exactly. Fracture. Trust fund communists, like Hassan Breaker.
Hi, what's your name? Lola? What are you doing here? This crowd doesn't go much for souvenir pictures, except maybe of Lenin.
Shh! Manny, I'm on a stakeout. I'm gonna prove to Maximino once and for all that Olivia's no good for him.
Still hung up on Max, eh? Take my advice, Angel. Forget about him. He's a gambling racketeer.
Like you.
Oh, that hurts, baby.
Hey, shh! Here they come.
Come on, sugar. How about a kiss for the road?
Oh, ick. Don't let me down, Nick. You're a lawyer. You're not supposed to have feelings.
A lawyer?
I don't, but I know a good tart when I see one.
Named Nick? Chad, do you think he has a Baldo?
If Maximino sees that, we're going to end up in matching terracotta pots.
Don't be silly. He wouldn't hurt me. He loves me. Manny, at last we're alone. Tell me, how are the bourgeoisie?
Fine. How's Max?
Oh, Gramps, don't start.
What are you doing with a snake like Nick?
I'd lay it on you, Manny, but I don't think you'd get it.
Messing around with your boyfriend's lawyer is pretty dangerous.
Oh, maybe I was wrong. You do get it.
I'm a little worried about Lola.
That's because she's doomed, Manny. She fell in love with Maximino. That's the one mistake I never made.
Maximino, by the way, is the guy who owns the big casino place with the butler that won't let us upstairs.
You think Nick would hurt her?
Only if he finds her, and take it from me. He's not good at finding things.
Open mic night seems like a big hit.
It always takes those timid souls a while to get up the nerve.
Little dark in here, don't you think?
Dark and cold, like the hearts of men.
You know, I'm thinking of buying this place.
Really? I thought about buying yours for a while, but then I just decided to ask my boyfriend Max to buy it for me.
You can have it. I'm leaving town.
Manny, you sound so exciting all of a sudden. Why are you leaving town?
Johnny Law, baby. You see, I'm a grifter. I'm bad news.
Yeah, right. You're running after that ghost chick everyone says you're still so uptight about. Well, I have a poem I wrote just for you. Pay attention because it's pretty short. Here it goes.
Maybe it would help if you went up there and started things rolling.
Oh, Manny, read poetry in my own club? That would be like this whole place was just a big temple set up to worship me.
Oh, come.
Okay. Alive, we slept. Life's just some rapid eye movement. In a warm, cozy bed. Buried, we wake. The flesh dream is over, Daddy. Now that we're all crazy dead.
That was terrible. It didn't even rhyme.
That was great.
Yeah, but that's the last one.
Well, catch you later, hip chick.
Keep practicing that lingo, man. You'll get it.
Is that how you get communist chicks, chat?
Just a dab will drop you. Hey, man, you didn't see me put the secret ingredient in these coffin shooters, did you?
Relax. Olivia stole the recipe from me in the first place.
Yeah, she steals from the rich and gives to me to poor.
Let's look around.
The sink is full of dirty hookah water. I'm not gonna drink dirty hookah water, and I can't carry it with my bare hands. These plates are filthy. I'm not gonna eat off of dirty plates, and I'm not going to clean them. Dirty plates can stay put. Nothing in the dishwasher. Not to sound like a capitalist, not portable. I don't get the feeling those cleaning supplies are... Let the waiter clean up after him. I don't really need a bunch of cleaning supplies.
Huh, was thinking there might be something back here. Oh. Why don't we look around a little more? I think there are a few other places we haven't checked out yet. Hey, welcome, Squeefly. I'm doing alright. Just doing a little more Grim Fandango. How are you doing? Let's talk to these CBs. I think we need these guys' tools for Glottis.
Cold one, huh, Terry?
Yeah, it's always cold when you're unemployed, Manny.
Who's unemployed? Aren't you guys in the union?
The union? They don't look after us little guys. They're run by the coppers. And you of all people should know, Manny, that the cops are in bed with the gambling joints.
Hey, I run an honest joint. We ain't in bed with nobody.
What about the protection money?
We pay every week. On the nose, through the nose, like an honest place should.
See what I mean? This town is just a big conga line of hustlers, all laughing and dancing and scratching each other's backs.
Why aren't you guys up there working?
You don't know the deal down here on the docks, do you, Manny? If you want to get the jobs, you have to pay the unions extra dues. And that ain't cheap. We don't pay, and so they put us on barrel duty.
Squeefly today, like maybe a little under an hour. Started this game last week, played for 2 or 3 hours as well.
Why don't you just pay the union off then?
We got our pride, Manny. We're straight stingers, you know? Not to mention we just don't have any cash to spare now that we're not working. I mean, it's like a problem where, the solution makes the problem, worse.
Like a catch-22?
Yeah, wow. I wish I knew words like that.
If the union is crooked, why don't you register a complaint?
That's a good one, Manny. Did you hear that, guys? He thinks we should register a complaint.
You bees are being exploited. You should do something about it.
Yeah, what can we do?
I wonder if we can get the commies at the poetry place
to
get these guys to rebel.
I think you're just a bunch of complainers.
You don't know what it's like, man. Every day we come down here, we try and make an honest living. We find out that you gotta be a crooked bee to win down here. He knocks the pollen out of you, man. He makes you weak.
Since you're not using your tools, think I could borrow them?
Well, we sold them to feed our families.
Then how are you ever gonna work?
I told you things were messed up down here, Manny. I told you.
If the cops own the union, and gambling's in bed with the cops...
Yeah, and then who really runs the gambling, right? Well, no offense, but, Maximino is really the big boy in town, obviously. But word is, he gets his orders from some hardcore gangsters in El Mero. Yeah, that fancy cat track is really just a big laundromat, if you get my drift.
Hey, can I borrow one of your union cards?
What, are you kidding? You know how much I had to pay Chow Chilla Charlie to get mine?
They all have counterfeit union cards. Well, guess we know what to talk to Chow Chilla Charlie about.
You guys know a seaman naranja?
Nah, CBs and sailors don't mix.
But you're in the same union.
Well, maybe so, but some traditions are sacred there, Manny.
You bees gotta be strong.
Things just aren't the way they should be down here, Manny. It's like the worker bees. They do all the work, but we can't affect it's like the way that things are produced should be controlled by, we should, forget it. I'm just a dumb, hungry, out-of-work bee.
Let's see what's over here. It depends, Squeefly. So far we've done. The first game I played was the original 2004 Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 2. Played some Infamous, a little bit of Iron Man once. A lot of like single player like cinematic type of games or story heavy games. A lot of action heavy games, but I also like these like old school point and click style games. So I figured play a few of these. So right now I'm just going through Grim Fandango, and the hope is that we get through Grim Fandango reasonably. I don't know if we'll get through the whole game, or maybe I'll just switch something out. It depends on the type of shooting game, Squeefly. Like, I like Doom, but, it's like the boomer shooter type of games. But I'm not big on, like, the Call of Duties or the Halos. See what Gladys has to say here.
Manny, the police chief walked through and I tried playing a song for him and he yelled at me.
Oh, don't sweat it, mano. He's just mad because he lost at the tables.
Isn't he always supposed to win so he keeps liking us and never raids us?
He wouldn't raid us. It's a holiday. I just had a run-in with Domino and Meche. We're leaving town.
What? What? How?
Domino's got Meche. We're going after them tonight.
What should I do?
Just sit here until I get a boat.
Sit here. Check. Okay.
Sounds good.
I know it.
Squeefly, do you have an example of the kind of game you're talking about?
Manny?
Can you make reasonable union cards?
Manny, are you going to start moonlighting? Or are you just looking to hang out with the sailors?
Can you do it or not?
I have a deal for you. If you can retrieve my money from Maximino, I can make you president of that crooked union.
I don't need to be president. And why does Max have your money?
I put a whole suitcase of it up for collateral on a rather large wager last month. The race was fixed, Manny. They stole my money like common thieves. Here, take this VIP pass and use it to get into the High Rollers Lounge. They won't let me in there anymore. There should be a safe somewhere in the wine cellar, and my suitcase should be in it.
And you can get me a card tonight.
If you make it back, Manny, the card will be on the table.
Sweetfly Valorant. No, I've never played Valorant. No, so I don't really play those kinds of like competitive games because I suck at them. So, it would not be very fun for me because I'm terrible, and it would not be very entertaining to watch because I'm terrible.
Manny!
Lupe again.
I have a note for you from Lola.
Lola?
Yes. Now, where is it? Where? Oh, here. No, wait. Dang! I have a whole new system for messages. Just let me... Here! No, wait! Be quiet. Here it is. Wait a second. It's empty. There was something inside. It felt like a key.
A key?
Yes! But did somebody come back here and snake the key while I was sorting the coats? Who would do that? They messed up my whole system!
Evening, Lupe.
Hi, Manny.
Bogan looked mad when he left?
Yeah, what happened?
Hey, we all run out of luck eventually.
Careful, Manny, or you're gonna get us shut down.
Okay, back to work.
Okay.
Actually get whatever she gave me here. No, doesn't look like it. Alright, well. I think, you know what, we might actually be able to... It's over here.
Gross. How long was that raven sitting there? Lola, where are you?
So we gotta go down this way. I think we might be able to fish that metal detector out with the scythe, actually. It's PNG. What PNG are you referring to, Sweetfly? Oh, my model? It is a... Yeah, basically I put it together myself. It's ripped from a game, and then I did a bunch of editing to it. Oddly enough, when I put it together, I did not originally plan on becoming a VTuber. No, not at all. I am not an artist at all. I did not originally plan on VTubering. I actually made this just to go like hang out on some podcasts with some other people. But it, turned out cool, and I thought, hey, why not try the VTuber thing? So, here I am. Where was the... dock. Get back to the racetrack. Oh, I think it was this way. There. This way, maybe? Yeah, this is where we want to go. So we can get into the High Roller Club, but also... check this thing.
Well, that's the hole I saw Carlo's metal detector fall through. Oh, no.
Yeah, Fractured, that is a thing. What you might be able to do... And I know I put something together for Purist a while ago.
This is why I don't have a pet.
I put something together for Purist a while ago, though he just hasn't been able to get back to me.
Wet foods for winners. I don't need the hernia. I could open it with my teeth, but I'm not that hungry.
So for Purist, he wanted a Darth Revan model, and I found one that was rigged on like Steam Workshop. So I just kind of rigged it together using the same to run in the same program that I use for VTubering. So if there's a Kyle Katarn model out there, I could probably do something like that for you sometime.
Great. Now it smells like a giant cat litter box and some sort of gelatinous demon mystery meat product in here. It's already open. Smells good. But I'd rather eat my own arm.
Yeah, for actually, if you look around and you find a rigged model, so especially if you find something for like Gmod, Gary's Mod, I think the Gary's Mod Workshop is where I found the one for Purist. I can probably rig something up for you. So Squeefly, so I've had a few people ask me that. Thing is, I am not monetized anywhere. There we go. So, Squeefly, I am not monetized anywhere, so right now I am not making...
A little stinky, but it could be worse.
...any money whatsoever from my streams. If I, get monetized and, get somewhere, then I'd be happy to take you up on the offer.
We're about ready to start.
Let me save really quick. I haven't saved in... I don't think I've saved at all.
Kentucky Whitefall, El Gato Gordo, Fluffy's Rampage.
I'm sorry, monsieur, but here's my pass, Jean-Claude. Now shut those doors and drive.
Oui, monsieur.
Desdemona.
But actually, my name is Raoul.
And we're off in the lead, right out of the gate.
Go. So this is where the guys, where Chowchilla Charlie's money or whatever it was you wanted back. It's in here somewhere. Gotta take that elevator. What's this?
Looks like the pantry. Looks like cans of some sort of canned meat. Oh, I really hope this isn't where the old race cats end up.
Cat meat? What
Looks
is this,
like
China?
more of that cat meat or whatever that is.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true, Squeefly.
Looks like more of that cat meat or whatever that is.
There's a way to climb up the ladder. What's this?
Looks like a turkey baster.
I don't know what to do with it, but
It's
I'll hold
empty.
on to it. Yeah, Squeefly, that would be awesome, but yeah, I just don't want to spend money on the channel that I don't have. You know what I mean? Plus, most of my viewers are on YouTube. I multi-stream everywhere I can just for, just for ease of people. And I'd be thrilled if people did come by on Twitch, but same with everywhere else. But yeah, YouTube seems to be where everyone likes to watch, so. Oh, what a lazy butler.
Busy as ever, I see. Busy as ever, I see.
Here's Nick Ricada.
Nick Virago. What are you doing working in the High Roller Lounge? I would think Maximino's private lawyer would have his own office.
I do, but they don't serve drinks there.
Got a little lipstick on you, lover boy.
I already got rid of that, and I can do the same to you, Calavera.
That's the key that he stole from us.
So if I were you, I'd keep my jaw shut.
Alright, well, thanks for popping over, Fractured. In gaming. Oh, okay, is that what that blue crown means? That you have like a Prime, Twitch Prime thing?
Nick, I need a lawyer.
You get yourself in some kind of trouble, Calavera.
No, we just need someone for the dunking booth over at the club.
Funny guy.
How's tricks, Nick?
Yeah.
Virago, I really need a lawyer.
What is it this time, Calavera?
Actually, I'm trying to adopt Glottis.
Manny, that demon is over 2,000 years older than you.
Not up here, he ain't. He needs guidance.
So will you be needing a regular lawyer or an excellent lawyer?
An excellent lawyer.
Any excellent lawyer or the best excellent lawyer?
The very best is good enough for me.
And who would you say that would be, Calavera? Who would you say is the best lawyer you know in all the land of the dead?
Well, the best lawyer would have to be a dead lawyer.
Well, that narrows it down to just about everybody here in the land of the dead. Come back when you know more about what you want. And by the way, Manny, lawyer jokes, not funny.
You know who Virago,
Okay, so this lawyer,
Nick
his
is
mother,
reminding
and the
me
chicken
of?
are all in this lifeboat scene. They're getting hungry, and the chicken says,
I have a gun, Manuel.
everything all legal with the
He
kitties?
sounds like Alan
Yes,
Rickman.
They
You know, the guy who played
themselves
Snape
pretty
in the
clean.
original Harry Potter movies? Or, what was his character in Die Hard? Anyway, you know who I'm talking about. That's who he sounds like to me. It's not him, but it sounds like him. Now you're over on Kick, Fractured. Oh, jeez, well, you're my very first Kick viewer, Fractured.
Who do you like in the fourth race?
Well, there's a white-footed tabby in gate 2 that's looking strong, but has a slight eye infection.
But you think he's gonna pull out of it and win anyway, right?
No, that puss-eyed puss is going to lose, but nobody knows, and I'm going to make him mint.
I have to tell this to someone. I hate cats.
Me too. But they keep the lights on around here.
True. True. Very true, Fractured. Twitch and Kick are almost always spam bots. So, yeah. Rumble is like nothing at all. I think you actually, my first stream when I was using the Rumble Studio,
Virago,
I think you,
I'm studying.
Who are you?
What's the difference?
I'll ask you. So,
NX.
any?
I think you were on my, you were in the Rumble chat for my first stream when I was using Rumble Studio because it was low quality everywhere else. But yeah, usually Rumble is completely empty. Twitch and Kick, usually just spam bots. Everyone just hangs out on YouTube.
The very
and who would you say?
You are, Nick.
That's right. And that's why Maximino retains me on an exclusive basis. So, sorry, but I don't do odd jobs.
It's Virago's cigarette case. Nah, he'd see me do it. Nah, he'd see me do it. How's tricks, Nick?
Nah.
Virago?
Well, my dance card is full. So what are you gonna do?
Will not show up? Did I mess it up? Yeah, I see you in Rumble. Let's see if I need to do something special to activate it. That's weird. Let's see the problem. It's, for some reason, Rumble is still tied to my old stream, my last stream, rather than my current one. For some reason, it's... Yeah, it exactly, Fractured. That is exactly what I'm using. For some reason, it is... Yeah, so for some reason, it is using... it is Social Stream Ninja. For some reason... it insists on using one of my earlier streams. Yeah, like with YouTube, so YouTube and Rumble are both a little messy. I think I figured out how on YouTube to get it to show the live chat instead of the how to get to show the live chat instead of the just the top chat. But for some reason, yeah. Let me try removing Rumble and re-adding it. See if that does anything. Username. There it is. All right. I think it's working now. Let me try. Sign in. Fractured, you are also certainly welcome to chat on Rumble again. So I see it. I see it here. Weird. There it is. Yeah, so I think I might have to, like, in the future, if I want this to work, what I might have to do is just, like, stop, Yeah. So what happens is it's weird. So it does something similar to YouTube for Rumble, where it finds the video ID rather than just having like a general ID for streams. So I think the only way to get it to work is going to be to have a social stream ninja start after I've already started the stream. That might be what I have to do there, which is unfortunate, but you know, yeah, you learn you learn something new every day, I guess. Yeah, I do wonder if there is like a some kind of general stream chat link here, but who knows.
I could tell Max about you and Olivia.
That sort of claim could send a man like Max into quite a rage, especially if the messenger had no proof.
Max and I are friends. He'll believe me.
People believe what they want to believe, Calavera. And I want to believe you're a smart man who doesn't go around spreading dangerous rumors. I've got to talk to Max for a moment. When I get back, I hope you're gone, because I'm sick of looking at you.
I just take the cigarette case.
Man, this is gonna get me in trouble. I don't think it would be a good idea to barge into Max's office while he's meeting with Nick.
I think I remember this, but
It's Virago's cigarette case. There's something rattling inside. Must be in a hidden compartment somewhere, but I don't see a latch or anything. I don't think that would get me the key.
never mind.
Sir, if you will, please place all of your belongings and then jump.
Oh, Carla.
What's that?
Oh, here we go.
I don't know. I found it under your desk.
Unattended?
No, there was a shifty-looking guy with crazy eyes who put it there.
Oh my God. Give me that! It's a bomb!
There we go. Okay, yeah, Fractured, you're using Restream.
Another senseless act of terrorism nipped in
Yes,
the bud
I'm not
by
using,
Security Officer Carla. Wow. It was completely destroyed by our own detonator, so I can't tell what kind of bomb it was. But here's something.
Oh no, JC, a bomb.
A key? I better bring that to Chief Bogan.
Yeah, you can analyze it with your metal detector.
Oh, fool, I've got a bomb. Oh, right. Yep, so we got a key. Alright, it is... Whew, it is already 7 o'clock, chat. We've done 2 hours of Reactslop. I was, to be clear, I was the slop. I was not reacting to slop. And about 2 hours of gaming, so I think it might be time to call it a night. So, here, wait, let me save it really quick. Whew. All right, well. All right, I want to thank you, chat, for coming out tonight on every platform. I really appreciate all you guys coming by, all the support. It's really fun hanging out for the React. Hope you enjoyed some of the Grim Fandango too. And yeah, hopefully we'll hang out on probably next Thursday, and we'll see what's going on. I don't know if I'll find something else to react to. Seems like reactions are more fun, but sweet Fractured. Hey, yeah, absolutely. Hey, thank you for coming by, Wingus, and you too, Fractured. I really appreciate anybody who comes by and hangs out. It's always a good time. So yeah, hopefully I'll find something to react to, and we can have a little more fun with that, and then maybe do some more Grim Fandango next time. Or maybe something else. Who knows? But yeah, it was great. Thank you all for hanging out. And with that,